the 90% in Pennsylvania, almost I did that in Alaska. 310 electoral votes on it as well. So it's just a matter of the only reason
And
the AP hasn't yet called it question.
and that and
Here, probably later tonight. Yeah, because they haven't called those. I've been saying this for a long time.
because
It's going to fix problems, real problems that people kind of pricing that's gone on in the stores 30, 40, 50% more than it was for. And interest rates. You know, the real estate market hurts, the car market hurts, everything. Real problems. Then you add to that the problems that aren't discussed in the that in this country. I mean, billions and billions of dollars on a complete as one of the not because he's on the side. He's a negotiator. He's so
Rich, President.
You've heard from David Plouffe, who basically is a scorched earth strategist, and basically
Into how that
he's a dictator, he's unhinged, he's this, he's that, everything you heard. People have going on in this country. They don't want propaganda. They want to hear the analysis of really what has happened.
has been
In the U.S. press. Kind of solution. Only on attacking your opponent. No matter what. The two. With Trump becoming president at all. That's the position. The Senate has already gone to the Democrats. I believe Tom may have the numbers.
right.
Election. That Trump will have the presidency. So he won't be able, it'll help him to get things done there.
Let's be
Break. Next time. Did a Trump win?
and,
reaction.
and yet they're grassroots volunteers from the and but also research aggravated news information. There's
ABC News declaring former President Trump the winner of the 2020 election for the state of California to Kamala Harris. The nation's rejected. More Santa Ana winds expected this week. The National Weather Service says
so
they may shut power off to areas 7 p.m. from Vandenberg Space Force. From November 2nd, then again on the 4th. Southland weather from Tustin and La Palma. It's 48 degrees tonight. AFI 20.
Next,
is causing some major backups in Martinez on the 86 southbound.
guys,
Fighter, watch for some slowing in that area. And heading into Long Beach. Your drive is slow as you approach.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing.
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something great. We can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 insights and
Hey, Bo. Hey, Matt.
We have another extra special.
It's about and that's because
The only Ariana Grande.
sir,
Not this episode. You'll get changed for good. Listen to Las Culturistas on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Las Culturistas and start listening.
no turkey.
And now the
doing
top
5:30 East Coast of Lake is on the what?
Morocco Express giveaway. Get a 16-inch hard shell roller set.
three.
Morning.
Carry rubber duck. January 11th. Every week this month. Start earning entries now, and you could drive away in an Alfa Romeo this Sunday.
Congo, good times. KFI, AM 640. You'll sleep like a baby. No.
Let's take a look at grounds of Pennsylvania.
10 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Hey, there is not true. Dr. Donald George Trump with 40. Amen. Mr. Trump with 9. Now to mission race here to and then a in
Eight 818-501-4109. 501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies.
Next is
Rockies toll free. Call 800-618. Name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818.
Not
Coast to Coast AM.
News around the country. We are one of the first of Newsmax. Their missions on.
Well, here
you can
going to do that. We were the first here from President Trump. Yeah, that President of the United States, the 47th President. I'm on Newsmax. President Trump is about to Newsmax.com and get the latest numbers.
We called it CNN. Trump News.
Talk about some
three.
well, I will let you
The
know.
last
Let's
was
just
when
get the numbers. Tell us about the event.
of the
Playhouse. There in the
Frank
We're going to be at the Classic Granada Theater. And then, of course, Saturday. We're heading around.
decided by
Microphones so you can walk up and
we are
ask them
six
questions. Veterans, we play music. George, we have a band. You sing some songs. Let's
so let's here
go to coasttocoastam.com. Lex has got all the info.
because it meant one was how
It's available for you to listen. It sure is. We have
one.
some
This is what
app. If you listen on a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com.
she just
Right up Shades of the Afterlife with Senator Champlain.
oh
Ghost City.
we're talking
Strange Things is the show with Joshua
thing
King.
or needed
Newest one with Captain Ron. So
Dane lady again
back with your calls in a moment. William Stick Evers, the astrologer, and
just
Dr.
a little take a look and and you go
Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience
full on what were the
stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, inflammation, and can be
No fucking way. Not believe it.
this despite
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking it?
and if this L He has a it is
Lost feeling within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com.
and
Stem Cell Wellness Kit, Stem and InfuStem, and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800. Promo code George for free shipping. George is
so 9 years.
The police don't show up until after. So tonight I'm asking you a serious question. I chose Hero Nombi. I was blown away by the power of their pocket or bag, and they're so easy to use with trade. Nobody. Hero is the real deal.
Better.
Single attack.
It is going to Harris Swamps campaign co-chair, speaking at the Harris Swamps.
We still have states that have not been called yet. Continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU, not only to address it, but to address the nation. So thank you. May God keep you.
Initially,
Vote is that every voice has spoken. You won't hear from them tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, to address the supporters, but to address. With us last night on the program, you predicted
trouble.
Close. We're already there, George. Including IMAX News, or Newsmax, I should say. Waiting for the New York Times. But Trump is
Plus, the Democrats
want you to say that
in the
it's going to be a Kamala landslide. And what I was seeing
federal
that we would be as we transition
like
the final act of the fourth turning event.
saw
The time that we're going through
as well. Right.
now, 2027. When I look at that time frame, that we were political earthquake, for lack of a better term, and I think changes happening within the body politic of America has just started.
Came
Not just the president, like I said, that all 12
nominate.
Clear conscience on that. There'll be no controversy. Last night, that deal early between 11 p.m. and late. The thing that would also result in senators winning, but the governorship going
hacking.
by the time the voting is done.
Hell, it's matter.
You will find those cases where the Republicans have a slight edge. Astrologers, particularly
Rover.
said last night,
Yeah.
play out George Widow say, Customs stole it. There's no way this could have happened. And this
Is in
going to spike the electoral
process. Again, it's down. Didn't.
operative that
Here.
a massive to see everything just be turned inside out, upside out. It's really about choosing not just the president, but itself as it goes in. I thank you for they're predicting Donald Trump. George Trump around the day. Talking about the accomplishment. Astrologers really
Hardboring.
Propaganda and disinformation dynamic that we have. Something that I think is very interesting.
Heal.
He's a statistician. He works with pollsters. You know, and occasionally and not be trusted. Adding coins. This is not margin. With battlegrounds. This was not a story. That wrong. Unless silver is 100% right.
Even if November,
In terms of credibility.
I can't reasonable. Disagree.
Is greater scrutiny placed on the press, and I do think
there is
Hillary didn't accept
somebody
disinformation at the top. And they
too much.
Donald.
After Robert
This was
Mueller
this one.
leaking to the New York Times all these fake stories. I mean, it's so
Trump. And George.
state. That's something that has to be dealt with.
We're going to use is
to be
vortex. By the way, technique
people without probable
moving.
When you think about it, the election a felon happened because
And so, because
that they're fake, politically motivated charges. And
the
guess
case,
That's for sure.
no doubt about
if
that.
that, then they say for case
Look forward to staying in tune with Ghost.
is it will
Last night,
to
one
the in
is
Cleveland and
promoted beyond our level of
you know
after college. I
he
guess
the
well, they had to make 180 degrees.
toss been just red. It's red.
Leaders, all of the great gentlemen,
Reason
that would not be, pleasant to everybody. And that's
but I
because
don't enjoy
it bothered me more thrilled by it.
in
I want to thank John for his
once
wisdom on the show, and thank you for your
good.
wisdom. We
I'm saying
agree that we live in the greatest country
that's and maybe
going on. Work through this, and we will.
Americans are like that, John Curtis.
civil and he's faced many consequences.
Thank you.
Including all of it.
It's the worst thing to be is
Not gonna get unity. You're right.
they were, yeah, that's what, the scorched earth policy.
So those they would
Alec Dillon and the chief strategist, David Plouffe, by the way, it's Obama's chief strategist, believing
in
that if you tell the lie,
and
is if you tell the lie, people,
he is
you're
next.
not against, American democracies 100%.
But if that, he is
He wants rights.
not. But if it's not
That was a product
for
independent branches of the U.S. government.
even
This is disagree.
based on
Enacting their own laws
David standing by.
But all three, if you remember their confirmation hearing, tell the truth that they, they wanted to end it. But Trump did do this horrible inflationary largely to Biden on the Russian conflict and destruction of all of her things that she said she would do.
Trump and
the Ukraine war.
so now as he got
The U.S. viewers, everybody knows this. We are not going to defeat Federation.
yeah.
From a nuclear conflict so that the U.S.
And
what's going on
that
in the middle and ready as we speak right now
you have
is another Secretary of I'm not a bureaucrat. We're going to take
Right.
our election coverage throughout the night. So you're not.
Nope. Now.
Else with Dr. John.
that's right.
Coast to coast to him.
That's the big type of yeah. That's gonna to make it. But if he had to there's no and then
Your Christmas. Don't buy a
speaker.
Christmas tree. Listen, if I was going to design
So there are
the size you want with absolutely no wires showing,
that
those lights get covered by ornaments. Has already done it. Comes close, they can just walk that page and get down to Albert Home to see the difference. One of them, I promise, is yours. Find out and eyes and on the web.
That's the city with her.
Cash with no fees. That you're selling as is, relocate
Tried.
home, or are just financially stressed right now.
And
Help turn your home into cash and work on your time.
in
Redwood Homes team of dedicated professionals will hold your hand throughout the process. We won't do that, and our track record. We
checked out.
Oh,
all cash offer for 2010. California's trusted home buyer. 2010 800-30-10 or connect with us at Wedgwood Homes.
Perfect for me. KFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves anti-fresh scent. The election may be over, but the news does not stop. Don't miss minutes. iHeartRadio. More on the go to expect side just to keep listening.
Officials are around the clock.
The free iHeartRadio app now.
All in one. Discover a new podcast. 300 entitled Radio Podcast Preview. With his first hit in 1970. At age 31, he became one of the confidence. Successful director. Oh, horrors.
Here with
Success did not last. A lot of mistakes, but started. He suffered an unspeakable tragedy. Playboy magazines. He said two words. Story about our first season. Peter, listen. Podcast for free on the #1 for music and podcast. Camps, culture. Nelson. Albert. Appropriately titled. Also, Mayor Bonnie Hall. Son of Herb Albert. Feeling musician. Date scheduled. 50 L scheduled. Herbalbert.com. TV, the screens, camps, free spots, number 30th, Time Warner Monsters, story with 1.4 million. Once nobody wants this, to double click. Just over. See plus next two positions. Two spots, 4. Number 5, well, number spots, out of place for preview. Hang up a slot. Hulu and Netflix climbed 2 places to 8th. Paramount Plus's SpongeBob SquarePants took over at 9th, and Gilmore Girls on Netflix returned to the 10th. Camps.
The players kept dribbling on it.
The dad. Grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Wednesday's weather will be highlighted by severe storm conditions in the Gulf of Mexico. As we watch Hurricane Rafael take shape, that storm moving toward western Cuba. During the day Wednesday, tropical storm conditions are likely to affect the Florida Keys. It's still unclear how much impact Rafael will have on the Gulf Coast, but residents along the coast from Texas to Florida should monitor the forecast carefully over days. Heavy flooding downpours through the southeastern U.S. by late this week. Wednesday will bring thunderstorms from Texas to Georgia and rain to Indiana and Kentucky. Showers for Ohio with some sun along the south coast of New England. Back to the west, heavy snow for northern New Mexico and southern Colorado. Still likely to in Wyoming and Montana. Sunshine for Seattle, San Francisco, San Jose, and Los Angeles. That's your national weather forecast. I'm Mike Ellis.
I don't know. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. These are all and all. Right? And if they're good, he canceled Google. If you want to send me a message on like a Google platform, like go to my YouTube, connect with me. I can't send you a message. It's canceled as a 29. Because 16. Because 20.
Still to
into an IRA.
Google Glass.
you look at Harris. There. Showing up. That has paid off. He was. He said, see where Control. That's what to that are not first time. He has just a little bit. Mike Johnson. He gave us this tremendous.
Have a lot of friends in the rural areas, and it just needed to be not going in a direction that was essentially it starts and it ends with love. We thought it was fun. I mean, even if you can't like better would be more and a lot of people money. They don't want to come to me now. What about ours?
Oh, that is funny. Fuck. Oh, that is funny as fuck. Oh, fuck, is that funny? Oh, fuck.
So, Trump will find a way out of that war through negotiation, and he'll pull the plug on U.S. funding of that Ukraine war. John, let's go back to the election. This breaking news.
I sure
Is
do.
that
So
something funny?
they just called, I can officially say this, they just called Pennsylvania, Donald Trump 51%, Kamala Harris 48%.
He's almost there, Tom.
He's almost there. This is a knuckle biter, but halfway.
Thanks, Tom. So, John Curtis, George, this is right there. The American public woke up. Imagine that. Private information coming out of the yeah. You what about the 5%? Whatever. And they still were the people are not being trusted. If they were trying to create a narrative that was media. They fake. Yeah, they were fake. They added to their count of the percentage.
I'm like, it's real. Did you wake up? I was the dragged in. In the of the United time, right? The state of that and either two. So the race is states lose
But should correct.
tilted.
That everybody.
Those still have
vote. I think we're
There. Easily.
yeah. And for all this is this is tribal.
They should.
If you and so this is how you for many Canada
I mean, the federal government. So what?
well he is because that was it. No. Yeah. But he would
Starring Gary Russell. Thriller.
I think he was just there. Now,
Special lioness of
think about it.
there's a lot he did. When you I think done with people in the next yeah, but I you that is listen, I think I don't in what six foot
Remember, like, they- What- Something. Let's talk. We'll see. What's your he was so I so one of Democrat want to win. One Democrat about this woman. Look up. And yeah, we have so many. This is last best hope. Hold on. One covered and all. Yeah. I think the Democrats would like to House over. We got check out. Can you? And have about this as advice for an right.
That's what you could do. You could walk out of a hotel.
Okay. In that. Those world every inflation. People set yeah. And
President tonight.
Motherfucker. He took it out. That shit was fucking funny. Damn. Damn. So fucking funny. Damn.
This is a tariff, not a channel. These one.
Oh, that is some fucking party. Oh, is that funny? Where's wait, no. What's his name? I don't know, but it's so. It doesn't damn! Oh, where is this? It's so funny. Oh, that.
And then abortion. York. Those were so those for how this pretty right. Yeah. Ask Robert. We'll see. He thought then he
Getting bigger.
Not just the electoral votes, as well. And Anderson, in the trenches, it's Cavaliers. If Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for their rockets.
Oh, it's funny.
You know, whether you want to get and you listen to her. I mean, she debated Trump, and what did she do during the debate? She basically attacked Trump during the debate, essentially calling him worthless. Nobody respects him anywhere in the world, and that goes to the world. Presentation on national TV, hosted by ABC. 3 people ganging up on Trump, and he still got through. And after that, it really the public just woke up and realized, oh my God, this news is still big us, and we've got to repeat it when we get our chance to vote. That's what happens. Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you, George. All right. Heard about it.
Say for anybody that likes to take tab and act like a baller, don't hit the fucking tab if you can't see it accordingly. I'm like, okay, so are we splitting the check? How are we doing this? No, I'll take it. Oh, really? Yeah, I got it. $50. You need $5.
Have to call things to go to court, and we would take the house. We have to deal with that. Nobody keeps up with. There's a second thing. There's a first one. There's this called Colorado lawyers in Georgia, and what they're going to test it. But also, there's a law in the books, December 29, 2022. Nobody knows about. The law, very extension of they made it 4,000. Put on couple in there.
I'm the number one streamer in the Discord of someone who was mentioned in That's pretty fucking good. I'll take it. I'll take it, baby. Number one streamer in the Discord of someone who was thanked in an acceptance speech. Or I'll take it. So let me get this straight. You're the number one of some musician. Yeah. I fucking did it. Check it out. Yeah, don't. Alright, that'd be big. And then what? Shit. Okay. And then what happened? Stream? How do you fucking stream?
Now,
How do you even stream that? Stream. How do you stream? Yeah.
This with and
Dog, I in like no, but like it changed the fucking song. It used to be dun, 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 I can't. All right. So, can you stream directly from? Dashboard. Oh shit.
inaccessible.
That is some wild shit, kids. Shot. I don't care if I was never shocked or 2024, but I am fucking flabbergasted. Are you happy? I think they're both fucking corrupt, so. I didn't even hear that fucking bitch talking about it. So, it's not bad. It's just bullshit. I can't stand it. I will say this, I wanted to. So I am right now the number one streamer in the Discord of someone who is in a presidential.
So is deleted. We're going
All the lifeless with the life. We help your water reach its full potential.
True. And the first question is, what the fuck is this country? This motherfucker is a convicted felon. He has been impeached twice. What the fuck? Man, I bet so many. Oh man, I was 1 inch away from death. What a crazy fucking timeline is wild and true. Dog, this motherfucker survived. Dude, in felony or something. That's pretty tough. The situation there was described as holy. All right, well, now I'll watch your fucking SNL skit. Let's see if this shit's funny.
What's it? What is it? Oh, what? Is it iPhone one? Oh, I hear
New customers receive 20 minutes. .com. Get $5. Yes.
the times that I've
healing. But
You want to come into this country, Mike?
This is in trouble.
it really is
Seven. So, Jason, first, I said, we're going to
well, they're very much related. Kind of like going on. So I find that these are
Your concrete. First, system.
Whether they got by a big thing, but I contended, told him on the program that I think because these people just disappeared, kids, without any sounds, walking was a portal on planet. And they can't find their way back. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. That the person crashing getting lost. So people will be walking around each other. They have the where I was just walking on the mountain in the woods. He's just walking. Decided to take 2 steps into the woods to go up. But back around again, and they didn't get first was the time where they were at. So now, like, they're hungry. Yeah. At this point, when they are actually occurring like that, they will open and close.
Still. Yeah. Last year,
Kids, if you're watching this, I cannot fucking believe what happened. That is just the wildest shit.
Yeah, a lot of times,
Just the wildest shit. I don't even know what the fuck's gonna happen now.
right above the great piece of which we have scientific
Wikipedia's called this bitch. Okay, I can guarantee you this. I was not gonna fucking fall asleep for this one.
The ley lines really are. The ley lines are the lining up of all of the things. Now, they really do. They're water
Do you say is this I'm looking at Israel up there alone. Let's zero it. Change. Possibility and how pattern take powers. It's about that and really and that's why every morning because there's the best.
Have you ever stumbled into one of these?
So Israel's there. We know doing one and how to take powers. And really and that's what drives everyone because they serve that start. I'm looking Israel.
How did you get involved?
Do you say is
It's you. On television, one night.
He's real. Nothing. No.
Egypt now starving.
Don't. They did. It Wisconsin, and you it's a to call this out. After
Sign up now for Ghost Zone.
title. Young. Forever. Angle. Among the champion. I like still not the Trump
Falling off the spike.
and down.
Shoulder surgery.
You've been
Outside partly
you've
cloudy.
been part of White House.
Springs also has an overturned semi.
The Trump. White.
It's one world, and it's this now that's and you know so and and it, I mean you, when you're trying yes. Private out in with you now and then I've we've also I think it's one of them really good. Yeah. I'm sorry, what they did. As long as they nobody right. It also I mean she said read it. Whatever trying to okay. It is. It is.
Use promo code.
Trans. Sure. It has been. We'll do it.
So leave it to the pros. Your job's done well.
My timer has been tiring for work. I got to be paid. Stand up with the vehicle. We never drive. There. Because they own things. Once I eliminated my body, building.
Donald Trump, 47 days, even close, which I considering there's rallies. How can they compete? Elon Musk, $1 million
and other
disgusted by that. This is enough to leave. And they cut his CP reads. So we found a woman that was recorded this girl and the red, which resulted in them being taken and then the Catholic from Texas, reporting Peter Fred, and since deleted her account, all of her social media accounts, because everybody is really upset about this. For those that don't know, Peter loves social media. He has a baby because of this woman. Tina and Fred. But the thing that's crazy about it, he's a photographer, conservationist. What she does is build nature. I had no squirrel and red and black. Peanut and Fred were bringing. She's from Texas, and she bragged about reporting Peanut and Fred. And she is all of her social media accounts. Extremely upset about this. I don't know if the squirrel was a people. Squirrel on social media as a follower. Never. As long I shall live. I want to take this moment to you.
High on the list. NBC. Yeah. Peace. And
Oh shit.
Yeah, this morning. I'm hoping victory. Waiting.
Oh man.
Push big scenario. True. Believe or is that Ukraine, for yeah, and and they'll when Trump is leading, he needs that sell the vote. Trump has made your and it's just part of it. And down and pulling back. See it. Or is that to the election, selection to the economy. No, you're stuck. That is what that's even overall it's not solid. You I need yes. It's looking. Yes. Yeah. That would be way make which the idea ironic tariff less pointing at I will and big
The bitch. Why do I always see her? Oh yeah, get me off of it. $170, baby. $170. $169. Fuck. This shit is fucking wild.
Find you on Facebook. Yeah, go to Super Official on Facebook and Facebook at RightRickFinger.com. We've been doing this for how many years now? Oh my gosh, I've been involved in way, shape, or form for 30 years. You did our Beyond Belief television show. That went well. Yeah, been on there a few times. We just recently had the interview. Sam. Yeah, all right. That's the so when we talk about many times, two of those frequencies resonate to this day. So we can go from the beginning to the end of
Shut up.
Yeah. See, if we currently 100 miles. Yeah. The storm was west. Going however, some wind
And you found a lot of symbolism, haven't you?
Today, the city with and line
Is Kansas Studio with
Hey. Basic. My wedding. All here in anyway, really I give every with it. In my, I will deserve this. Political because health and winning. So great, great. China is time behind and with because ready tell you better, more safer has got and this 14. That that will putting it will be helpful. Any of Savannah. Good. Whatever. 20. Cool. Well, that joy is
face the select the on it. Upon someone that she has something she doesn't. Yes. Yeah. Jersey. You see,
But that over the all these everything. This is tax. It's got up and it's a
here, but you can build.
Sure. And it's before and very good. Listen. What? Back in the back. 24 hours getting it. Territory. At least that. Yeah. If you are detained, that's the he's all people that will get from and the king now
Congressional races.
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
To hold the CCP
Yeah,
accountable.
look.
Motherfucker.
Today, prompting red flag.
And it's
That's right. What is the vice president's job? The vice president is she was tasked to control the board. The vice president. The vice president. How was she done?
23-year-old Katie Sawyer.
Guinness keeps you on top of pop culture. The news and fans of Dark Matter plus the
This week, Heart Radio Sports.
first edition of college football record for Allen, unbeaten Bart Thompson by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas to round out the top five. Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame, Alabama, and Boise State round out the top 12 that would compete in the expanded playoff in season 2. In the NBA, Philadelphia 76ers superstar Embiid has been suspended 3 games.
Money on your day morning. Election day, I mean, your day started. That's today. Here's what we're going to newsroom. Trump will be president again. He's got 107 electoral votes so far. State votes. Vice President 4. Trump leading this called Blue Walls. What Georgia, Pennsylvania, considered a key to win the White House.
So,
Headed to incumbent Kevin Daly on the 14th seat on the LA City Council.
how you living? What's good, Ginger Bong Man? We're just recovering from an election, which is always like a huge fucking deal in the United States. How you been? Thank you for being so nice the other night when I was singing and not interrupting. I wish I could have talked to you then, but I was doing concert with some people. How's life in the woods?
Let's say good morning to the host on Tech on KFI. It's reporter Rich DeMuro. Good morning, Rich. Okay, so it looks like Elon Musk's gamble pays off. A super genius last night.
You can't hear me? Okay. Are you sure it's not on your end? Can you leave and come back maybe? Okay.
Crypto supported AI regulation, but obviously lighter touch on that. Wants more innovation there. And when it comes to mergers and acquisitions, Trump administration.
That's the Ginger Bong Man. He's got a great name. We have a bunch of redheads in this beat.
And it paid off because now it looks like
There he is. Can you hear me any better now? Okay. Well, what does that mean? Like my voice sounds like a robot, or the words that I'm using? Oh, okay. How you been? We just had an election in the United States, which is always a big deal. And now we are just bracing for impact on what happens. No one knows. All right. Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion.
No. I do not endorse anybody. So say whatever you want. Rip on me if you want. No, you're good. I don't endorse anyone. So rip on them all you want. Excellent.
Moves on. And really, and that's what we have every morning because that's I'm looking at real. Yeah, I just think if drones start hitting the skies, imagine how many there's going to be just buzzing around all the time. How to take part of the conversation. It's about and really about the head. And that's what it's been recorded. Because that's fire. Back and forth, back and forth all the time. I'm looking at how it's real. We know. He has you see it. And the when since after still don't
can. And you got exactly. This one, we're getting
Charge possession thefts under 900. His challenger.
after blowing. Now,
This is
To the end of this
reflection. And higher 50s and 60s in the
Morning, big dog. How you living? Well, what did we learn? Don't take fantasy football or political advice from Rabbi. World peace advice, on the other hand, I think we got a good strategy. Holy shit, this thing held on. Isn't that something? I'm shocked. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. People have spoken. You know what's amazing? Apparently, well, I guess in 2020, Biden got like 80 million votes, and Kamala got 60 million this time, which is like, what happened to 80 million Democratic voters? Apparently. And I'm in shock. I'm still in shock. I've been up all night watching it. And, oh, fuck yeah, man. I wasn't going to let what happened in 2020 happen to me in 2024. But I was like, oh, the decision is done. It's over. No, because I still to this day cannot believe. I can't believe what happened. I can't believe that Hillary didn't win in 2016. I can't believe Trump didn't win in 2020. And I can't believe Kamala didn't win in 2024. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I just think that it is. I mean, it looks like Trump won, or the Republicans at least won the House and the Senate. Look, all I want him to do is just do what he says he was going to do, is end the wars in 24 hours. If he does that, I'm not going to overlook rape, but I would be happy if something happened where the wars ended. That's all. I don't want you. And yeah. I don't understand why that's not word. Okay. So what did you miss overnight? Not much. Though they still haven't called a bunch of. Well, they still haven't called like well, Michigan and like Minnesota, I guess. I mean, it's weird. It's really weird the way that they do it. It's just confusing to me. Like Alaska. Alaska's the most Republican state, I think, of all of them, and they don't call it. It's like what? I mean, like Alaska's like Wyoming when it comes to how Republican it is. And but yet, like when Hawaii's polls closed, they had 0% of the vote in, and they called it for Kamala or Kamala. I can't get her fucking name right either. Whenever I say it in my head, I think it's the wrong way, and then I watch 10 people say it on TV and stuff, and then I say it. I don't know. Anyway, because one of them is supposed to be offensive to her, and if you ever watch this, lady, I'm not trying to be offensive to you. I just say it the way that it looks like it's supposed to be spelled. Um, but it's like it's she likes it like okay. I say it. How would I say it? Kamala Harris, but she likes Kamala. I think. I think. Anyway, um, and what I don't know. It's just like I take words per syllable. I don't like foresee what's going to be happening in a word, especially if it's kind of a word that I've never met a Kamala. Um, there's a lady in New Hampshire who has the name Kamala Harris, and she didn't even know who she was going to vote for. She's like, "Well, I like Kamala because she is for abortion, but I like Trump because he says he's going to decriminalize marijuana. So I don't really know who to vote for." So it looks like Maine is still out, Michigan's still out. I know they keep saying that like this thing's locked up, it's over. I mean, everybody called it. Wikipedia. That's where I watch the most is Wikipedia. Because when that motherfucker changes, they don't want to change it back. They don't want to edit it. They want to make sure it's right. So I was watching all night on Wikipedia. Just kept refreshing it. Whatever person out there, whatever editor, I was watching that every move. And the first thing that changed was when you would Google Trump's name, it would say 47th president of the United States. And then they added like one little line that like a couple of people, a couple of organizations called it for him. But like it was only up until like 2 hours ago, or maybe 3 hours ago. CNN and like the New York Times, the EP, they were all saying it was like Trump was surging, but they wouldn't call it. Now they're calling it. So here's a weird thing though. If it's so easy to rig these things, which I think it is, I mean, I can tell you, I think I told you this, or maybe it was you or someone else, but like the Diebold, or not Diebold, company, the Dominion, yeah, that's what it was. The Dominion password was like oh yeah, it's like deceive or something. D or deceive or something like that. It is DVS, Dominion Voting System, and then the password was like 2008 or something. Exactly. So like if it's so easy to rig, which if that's what the password is, that seems like it's pretty easy to rig. I don't know why they wouldn't just like I really don't. If you had all this control, I truthfully don't know why you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, we're not gonna call it yet, and then just add a bunch of votes at the end. I don't know why they don't do that, but I don't know. I don't know. There's the whole thing. It's too big to steal, which I mean, I know people this time who voted for Kamala, but like again, I think it's kind of more anti-Trump than it was. She's so fucking great because she literally has never won a primary, which is interesting. When she ran in 2020,
She didn't even make it past Iowa. And this was an interesting thing to me that Biden picked Kamala when Kamala, if I have to give her credit for anything, I'll give her credit. I really don't know what I could give her credit for because I don't know what exactly she did that was specific to her. But she derailed Biden right at the beginning of those debates where she was like, you voted for to like end segregated or end desegregation of buses or something like that. And like basically there was that 2020 primaries were so strange where they were all fighting each other. Buttigieg is fighting Harris, is fighting Sanders, is fighting Elizabeth Warren, is fighting Biden. And then all of a sudden on this one random ass weekend, Elizabeth Warren, Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, they all just got behind Biden. Oh, and Bloomberg. Oh my word. Anytime I've ever seen what I felt like was it was like all out media control is all I can describe it as. In 2019, I guess, when Bloomberg made that little run for a little bit, he literally bought every single ad on every piece of media in Southern California. And you could not, it was so impressive that it was like, wow, I cannot get away from this person. They just bought everything and they had the money to be able to do it. He spent $6 billion, I think, on his, wait, no, it wasn't that much. It was like significant, it was billions of dollars on his campaign. And he still made $12 billion more that year. So it's like when you have billionaire money, you can literally like have like the most powerful ad campaign that you want, self-funded, and still make money on the year. It's just like crazy. Well, like Elon Musk, I don't know, he's worth like $300 million now, and he was giving $1 million away to like leaders, which apparently is legal. Which okay, but like to him, I think he did it. He started it like I don't know, 60 days ago, so it's only like $60 million to him, which is absolutely nothing. But like to your average person, it's just life changing money. I really don't know what's gonna happen now. I mean, I thought we were gonna see a blue wave. You would see like reparations. You'd see all kinds of interesting things, but I don't know. Is it going to be a reversal of the last 4 years? I probably think so, in a lot of ways. But I also something tells me. I mean, I don't know. This is a total guess, but they're not. They still want him badly. He survived two. This is the funny thing. Just reading the memes, it's like this man survived 6 bankruptcies, 2 divorces. He survived 2 assassin bullets, 2 impeachments, and 34 felonies. It's unreal. Exactly, 100%. It's like, and I would have told you, just give up, man. Like, but he did not. He absolutely saw this bitch through, and he is now the 47th president of the United States. I used to see those hats, at least like on TV and things like where they would have like the 45 on the side and then a dash and then the 47. And I would just really think like, wow, you already have this thing counted that you're going to be the 45th and you're not even going to count the 46. You're just going to put a dash through it. Like if we were that too. And then it's, 47, but he really is going to be the president again. And if he had lost, I would be probably doing similar things, going onto Twitter and just seeing all of the mudslinging that's going on. But there's really, from what I see, very little mudslinging going on the left. They are so silent. It's pretty flabbergasting. Yeah, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but it looks I could see that. I'm kind of. I was really surprised that they took out Biden when they did. That dude, he literally was the same dude in 2024 that he was in 2020. Whatever that guy is, that doesn't look anything like the vice president under Obama, the new one, the facelift or whatever. I just don't think the two people look the same. If you show me a picture of Joe Biden as a vice president compared to Joe Biden now, they just don't look the same. And I know older and changed, but Trump looks exactly like he fucking did the whole time. But he never had this like total facial change, and I've always been suspicious of that one. Now, here's an interesting one that I heard, and I never brought it up because I didn't think it was really relevant, particularly after Obama in 2008 and the whole issue regarding his place of birth. But the idea, I think if you were a really strict constitutionalist, Kamala Harris wouldn't have been eligible to be president. Wouldn't have been eligible to be president, even though she was born in the United States. At least using the definitions that were drafted around the time of the Constitution. A natural born citizen is someone who's born in the country from two parents who were citizens of the country. And it's like her mom was from India and her dad's from Jamaica. So that doesn't there was something about that that made it questionable. I never really heard this as an argument, but I think it has some validity to it. Anyway, that's all out the door. And now we've got it's wild. Oh, so finally the politics part of on Reddit. They did not update politics. This is a huge subreddit, and they didn't update it for like 12 hours. Finally, just recently, they say it's beginning to look like Donald Trump is going to win. That's the only thing that they posted about. Basically, they posted every single Kamala win. None of them for Trump, not a single one. And then the next thing is it's finally looking like he's going to win. It's like it's just fucking obvious to me that there's like a deep state going on. And so, yeah, what else have we got going on? I really was just watching the coverage, and at least on Twitter, there's Republican gloating, and I saw this one meme. You probably have to. Well, here's something that's. Oh, I know what I want to ask you. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. How was meeting Wappy Flinker? Cool, excellent. I figured he's a nice guy. Okay, back to the election. It seems as if like the country's still in one piece, and I want to know what the argument is. Like when Trump lost, everybody said, "Oh, it's rigged. Oh, it's whatever. Stole the election. Yada yada yada." I want to hear what the excuses from the other side now. Is it like what I hear? It's like I heard from what I've read. They're saying they blamed Biden. I've heard this argument. They're blaming Biden for not having dropped out early enough. Meaning, like Kamala was kind of just seen as like a last minute candidate, which I don't really agree with. She was vice president. Everybody knew who she was. And even before then, she had run for president, and she was like a high profile individual in the Democratic Party. So, I don't understand that argument, but I mean, the argument is this: your candidate just wasn't that good, and I would be saying the same thing to the Trump people had he lost. it's just like you needed a better person against the other team, I guess. But I think a lot about what happened in the summer when they replaced Biden, and I don't know if that was such a good idea. I know that people think, well, actually, when I watched the debate, I didn't think Biden did that badly. He's the same dude that we've had the last 4 years. He's the same guy, not different. It was like all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, he's senile and he's dumb and all this other stuff. It's like, dog, have you not seen a fucking press conference? You haven't seen a press conference from him. They don't let him go, but he's just eating ice cream wearing aviators all day. That's all he's doing. And yeah, exactly. And kind of creepy too. But yeah, and now we're at the point where I think it's extremely telling. If let me pull up the picture of Jill Biden. I mean, just think of it this way: if you were saying, okay, you're the first, she's the first lady. That's the like basically like the most powerful woman in the United States, arguably. I mean, in a lot of ways. Um, and right back to that, and so she wore this bright red pants, and I wouldn't normally pay attention. Well, I wouldn't normally pay attention if she had on any other color. So, isn't it? Well, here's the thing. From what I know of the Republicans, what they say is wear red to the polls, so that like we can make everybody aware of like how visual or how exactly. And I really think, and from what I heard, Biden was basically forced out of that nomination, and she's not happy about it. So this is her protest. Why would you wear red? Well, I mean, like event, like why would you wear red? Exactly. I mean, you could have worn any color, but I guess the argument could be made like it's a poor argument. Like on any day, any other day, she can wear red. That one day, I would stay away from red. It's just my opinion. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Exactly. You're gonna wear your home team colors. And if any color you're gonna wear, and it's not a big I could give a shit about what she wears. The big color that they try to dominate both sides is not red or blue, it's purple. Because if you take like if you can take two colors, well then you kind of corner your opposition a little bit. So it's really about fighting that out. Um but I've got to say I'm not super excited for a super conservative um wave either. Like I don't know, there are things that I don't like. Like even though I'm likely considered by most to be a religious individual, I don't want the Ten Commandments in schools, public. That's why, because to me, there's a separation of church and state. And if you don't go by the Ten Commandments or pronouncements, as we say, that's not what you do. I don't want that forced on you. But like, there's this agenda 2025 or whatever that has all these things that they want to reverse. I don't want that either. I honestly want, if you had to ask me, end the wars, all the wars, and then attack the deficit. Like those are the things that's what a prudent, I feel, fiscal presidency would be, and because lower inflation. Um, those are smart, prudent plans, and then you can work on infrastructure and things like we should be doing. But when you get into like, all right, now's our chance to reverse all the schools, it's like I don't know, but then I don't like the other side either. That's like, hey, we're gonna be doing, like drag story time either. I don't want it to be like I don't want any. forced on anyone, I guess. And not that I'm necessarily against drag story time. I would say I'm someone who's for equal time for things. Uh, so if you're gonna have drag story time, then I feel like it should be mandated that you should have non-drag like normal story time. That way, the people can see all the different colors of people who care about them. It doesn't just have to be like one segment. But I don't know what's gonna happen. It's like the two polarizing sides um are well. I honestly think Trump's pretty surprised he won. Well, perhaps. In 2016, apparently, he was very surprised he won. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But that kind of came as a surprise to a lot of people within the the, the deep areas of the campaign that there was an argument to be made that he was just doing it, and if he win, great, but like probably wouldn't, especially against Hillary Clinton. And then he ended up winning. It was like, oh, okay, huge surprise. What I think maybe interesting. Oh, here's something that's interesting to happen. So Trump's acceptance speech, he had like Dana White said something, and Dana White and thanked like a bunch of people, and Aiden Ross was one of them, and which is and I am the number one streamer. Like if you check the rankings in Aiden Ross's Discord, so it's kind of like thanking me, which I'm not going to accept the thanks, but I will say that it helps my profile a little bit. Yeah, exactly. He also thanked Theo Vaughn, which I thought was interesting. That podcast crew kind of him Trump a lot. And the interesting thing, and I'm actually pretty happy for the whole kill Tony did not kill Trump's campaign, at least with a joke. I mean, I don't think it was a funny joke. I think it was offensive. I wouldn't have said it. I don't like jokes like that. But had lost, everybody would be like, "Oh, Tony Hinchcliffe lost this fucking thing for Trump," and I just don't think that would have been fair. So Franz Ferdinand, exactly, and that's where I was. That whole idea, definitely. Now, and I was thinking this too. Like Shane Gillis's Trump impression is so good, but I was thinking, there's no way Trump's going to win. So we're never really going to get the best of that. Oh, we'll get the best of it now. He could have his own show for that. And oh, this bothered me a lot. I'm about equality for people. Like I don't care if you're red or blue. I'm about equality. I'm about there used to be something called what was it called in the eight or like 1988. It was called I've even written on this and it's just escaping me. I've been up all night. It's called the the fairness doctrine. So in politics or in the media, if you were going to have someone on to talk about pro reasons for legalizing cannabis, you had to give equal time to and so if you were going to give a side for pro um, reparation, you'd have to do it for anti, or pro LGBT, you had to do it for anti. But they got rid of that, and I think that set this country back. And so moving forward, you have on last week's Saturday Night Live, which is basically like at points just propaganda with humor, and they gave Kamala Harris like a minute 30 opening that she was able to do with Maya Rudolph, who's like a big time actor or whatever. And they said they so with because of the fairness, it's not the fairness factor, but it's because that was different. That went away. But it was like it's the Federal Election Committee, it was the FEC. They said that you have to give equal time to Trump. So what they did, or what NBC did, instead of letting Trump go on and do SNL, which is a big fucking deal, they gave him like 2 60-second ads during like an NFL game, which is like, okay, I mean, that's nice, but not nearly as impactful as the opening of SNL, because the opening of SNL gets memed, it gets on the news, it gets all kinds of play and press that you don't have to, for which you don't have to pay, and they did not give the equal amount of time. So we thought that was very, very corrupt. That like, basically, hey, we're gonna at the last minute have on one of the candidates. We know that we're supposed to have the other one on, but the election, there's not one of our shows before the election, so it's moot. So we'll just give them a couple advertising spots and call it even. And I just thought, like, wow, that was a dirty move. But wow, and catch me. Well, I mean, if you know the story behind that, she did not want to come to Austin. She wanted Joe Rogan to come to Washington, D.C., and they were going to make a 45-minute interview. And Joe didn't want to do that. He said, look, if you're going to do it, you should do it the way that everybody does my podcast. I don't want to go anywhere else. And also, I don't want to put a time on it because 45 minutes is not that long of a time to really get into anything. And, but you know what's hilarious is had she done a good job, she would be president. I really, really, truly mean that. If she got up there and she was like, you know, Joe, I'm really happy to be here. I want you to know why I'm going to be the best 47th president of the United States. And she used it against him. You know how many like I really truly mean this, like kind of moderate male voters would have heard that. They're like, okay, I'll give her a chance. You know, the first woman president, and she spoke pretty eloquently to Joe. With Joe, they didn't get into arguments. Like if she was able to essentially be charismatic, I'm sure she could be. I think she could have won a lot of voters that way. But for her to just not be on there, look bad. It looks like that she's running away from it, and yeah, you're 100% right on that. Right. She has to wear these earrings that have like a earpiece, and a thing that I just think was an absolute um oh, what is the word for which I'm looking? An absolute not weakness, it's more than that though. Um but a liability is the word for which I'm looking. Absolute liability, allegedly, is her drinking issue, where I've heard it in her voice. She slurs her words sometimes. Now, maybe people can say I slur my words. Well, I've been up all night, but I'm not drinking. You can tell. But like it would happen to her a lot, and I've been around enough drunk people to kind of be able to tell the difference when someone's speaking to me normally and someone's had a couple hits here or there. And it seemed like that actually was a pretty big issue of hers. That I mean, I don't know if this is true, but the reason why she didn't come out and talk to um, her, oh, I forgot. I have to tell you something. She didn't talk to her supporters because she was just drinking and didn't want to talk. They went, look, I don't know if she was drinking. I would have been. I couldn't blame her. If I lost the presidency, I'd be drunk as a skunk, and I'd say, I don't want to wake up until next year. Truthfully, I don't want to talk to anyone. Just let me. And I would hope people would respect that. So I understand what she's saying, but this was this. Oh, what was it? She. Oh, what did she? What was it? Something very fun. Um. Okay, well, she's got to give her concession speech. But hey, just one moment. I want to hear. I got KFI on. I want to hear what. Go ahead. Just one moment.
Lot to cover. First and foremost, let me say a quick hello to everyone. Amy, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
By the way, good stuff this morning as I was listening to bits and pieces of it, more so than I usually do, but that's because all of our printers are broken. So I had some time. Neil, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, they had that flywheel Gutenberg, these old style 1840s.
Right, printers. It's like a Rube Goldberg device. Kono, good morning.
Morning, Bill.
And Anne is clearly running around trying to put together all of our glitch this morning. Okay. Just a couple of things I want to share with you. Some news. It's going to be kind of windy today. My daughter got married on Saturday. I told you about that. We're on our way, I think, to a pretty rainy season. Oh yeah.
Dog, this motherfucker won the presidency. I'm in absolute shock. Like, I'm in shock. As I was watching it, I wanted it. Like, I like confrontation when it comes to politics. So every time that Trump would get up, I was kind of rooting for Kamala to do something at the last moment. Oh, I know what it was. She had an event last night, allegedly. I don't know, I wasn't there, but this is what they reported on the news. This was on NBC. They said this. She had a special event for her financial donors, like a special dinner, and somebody from the TV said, "So what was the food like there?" And one of the reporters said, "It was like a funeral." And I just thought, well, that's about right. That's how I would imagine it to be. Yeah. So I'm I'm shocked, just absolutely shocked. The markets are up. Bitcoin is at an all-time high. At least old school Bitcoin, not new school Bitcoin, but you're good. Okay, let me repeat that. I recall what I wanted, what I thought was really funny. I don't know if you heard me say this, but one of the interviewers last night was asked about a rally, like a donor event that they had last night for Kamala's campaign, and they were asked what was the environment like, and they said it was like a funeral. It was, and it's not even technically over yet. I mean, she hasn't conceded, and I don't think Trump ever did concede. Almost certainly he never did. So this is the first concession speech we will have heard since Hillary. That's another. It's like I truthfully in my heart, I'm saying this. I want a woman president. I want a good woman president, but I do want it's time. Like I think that's something that just it's been a boys' club for too long, and I want a good female president. Look, Tulsi Gabbard, while you were asleep, I was making spaghetti, and I was thinking to myself, if Tulsi Gabbard ran as a Republican, I think she'd be a great candidate, and if she ran as a Democrat, I think she could run as either. She's like the total package. She's a veteran, congresswoman. She's attractive, she's smart. She's like just and yet they won't even mention her. And and all the other she checks off like 15 different boxes, and yet they won't even mention her. And it makes me think. It just makes me think it's still controlled, but if it's so controlled, I'm asking myself this: how the hell did they let him win twice? Like the obvious people who should have won would have been Hillary in 2016 and Kamala in 2024, and and he's taken down two. I agree with you. Right. And no, to me, she's just a giant liability for the Democratic Party. You can't, like they've said, the phrase that came about while she was kind of running is the phrase. And I'm sure, like when I say it, you're like, yeah, that is a recent phrase, or I think this is the phrase "word salad." Have you heard this phrase where it's just like someone talking and not knowing when to end? That's kind of what I get from her, yet she uses that against other people. She'll say, "Oh, this person's just using a word salad," or anything like that, or something like that, but in reality, that's what she's doing. I, um, I think the worst, vice presidential pick I've ever seen, in my opinion, to be honest with you, 100% honest with you, was when John McCain picked Sarah Palin because she just had no political no political but and it just looked like he was desperate, and he was just going for some hot chick. This time around, Biden kinda did the same thing, like, not that she went for a hot chick, but he went for someone who checked off a bunch of boxes for him to kinda counter who he was. Imagine if Hillary had won in 2016, she would just be finishing her presidency now, if she probably would have won a second term, and then I imagine her vice president would be, like, the next 4 years or something like that. It would have been like Tim Kaine or something, but we're not on the timeline apparently, and, I appreciate that. Thank you, Caspian. See, it would have to be a lot longer than that. I think I'd wanna be prime minister of Israel and perhaps president of Israel before I do that. I'd wanna shake things up. I'd be like, "Look, why be president of my home country when I can go be president of another country and then come back to peace?" But, yeah, the truthfully, the thing that I really want is not presidency. I want UN Secretary General. I wanna be the main dude pushing world peace to the globe. I think that's an important role. People don't really think that it's an important role because it's kept kind of in the shadows, but you recognize the UN Secretary General is like arguably like the president of the world. So that's but um yeah, but you never know. So things can happen. Um I cannot believe that Trump won, and I'm in like as much shock as I was in 2016. I almost don't want it to be true, but then I think the alternative, and I'm like, okay, well, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. I kind of want it to be, if I could have had my absolute favorite thing to happen would have been for some random third party candidate to just somehow win. Like that would have really shaken things up, like Jill Stein or something like that. That would have been amazing, but not that that would have happened. So now we've got some interesting cabinet picks because like everybody hates Trump. Everybody hates Trump. So nobody's gonna want like you remember when he was president, he was having all kinds of issues with cabinet members and all kinds of things that aren't he doesn't have that many allies. Like and he really knows who stands with him now. Um I think it'll be interesting what he does with those protesters from January 6th, the insurrectionists or whatever. Like, is he gonna pardon them all? It is a good question. I would just tell you this: if I were president, it would be hard for me not to pardon them all. If they were my supporters and these people had been in jail for years, I don't really care what they did. It's like you had my back more than anybody, and now I can help you. Oh, I'm gonna help you as much as I can, but um, I recognize what they did was wrong, and I don't think you should assault police or trespass or any of those other things. So I'm not saying you agree with what they did by any means. I don't, but I think it's interesting that Trump has the ability to basically pardon them all, and why wouldn't he? that's another interesting thing is like if you really know how a political base works, there's like a core group of people, and then from that epicenter, the support weakens. But basically, the insurrectionists of January 6th were like the most core hardcore people you could have had for the Republican Party. It was like they would have made a lot of difference in elections and other things, but they're all behind bars, or a lot of them, and so they did not have any ability to sway this election at all, and yet Trump still won. It would be like if you took out the key part of the Democrats and they somehow won still. It was just that was really surprising to me. Like who though everything about this election surprised me. And we have 2020 hindsight, but I don't know. I think Biden getting rid of Biden when he did, I just don't think it was a good look. I mean, it showed decisiveness, or divisiveness, I should say, um, and it's like all he had to do was fool people for another 2 or 3 months or whatever till the election, or 4 months, and then they just pull the same shit that they pulled in 2020, if that's what they did, or just get that same base going. You can't tell me that Biden was hated in 2020 any more than he was hated in 2024. His approval ratings are basically like 47% or something like that. But I don't know anyone out there who's like, I know people who don't like the other side. But I think people kind of just thought that Biden was like an old man, basically senile, and they weren't necessarily going to blame him for things. They blame his handlers and such, but I think that it may have been a mistake to switch him out for Kamala. And let me look. When is Kamala concession speech? I've watched concession speeches, and believe it or not, whenever I watch them, it makes me really, really, really like that candidate. Like, oh damn, I'll watch this one now. Be like, damn, I wish she would have won. Because they come out and they're like humble and they're like, I tried my best. I want everybody to know, like, we want to unite the country and all these other. They say all the stuff that you wanted them to say before the election in their concession speech, and it's like, man, if I had seen that side of you, I it would have made, it would have had more of a connection with me. Um, and okay, so Harris postpones addressing supporters at Harvard University, and that's another thing. She keeps postponing all of these events, and I get it. You lost. The thing that she should do is pick up a phone, say, "I want to congratulate you Donald Trump, on your win, and let's do our best to make the country great." Excellent. That's it. And then she could just put out a little, just a memo. She doesn't have to be on camera, and just say, I recently called the president-elect Donald Trump to congratulate him, and I want all of my supporters to know that we would like to unite under one leader. And so put any kind of divisiveness behind you and move forward. And we look forward to 2028 or whatever you want to say. But that way, it's over. It's like a band-aid. Delaying this any longer is just not a good look. Okay, so her co-chair last night is guy named Calvin something. He gives this speech. He comes out and he says, all the votes haven't been counted, and there's still some key swing states out there. But I want you to know that the vice president will not be coming out and making any remarks tonight. And if you listen to it live, or even a few snippets right after that, there is this audible person in the background who goes, "Damn!" like really loudly, and it made me laugh so hard. But if you if you go to other ones, it's been edited out, but it's just the loudest. The loudest. The vice president will not be making any remarks tonight. Damn! I thought this was so funny. There's also a I saw this. This made me laugh. Okay, so I think Donald Trump Jr. put out a tweet. He's like, I pulled my second all nighter in a row, which I completely understand. And he says, please send me all your best memes. And this, I don't know, I think it's probably because I'm just so tired, but this one meme made me laugh so hard. Let me see if I can find it. I even looked at this guy. Hold on, I looked at the guy who fucking tweeted it. What is this guy's name? Shit. Okay. Damn. Oh, it's a meme. It's not gonna be. I can't show it to you. Okay, I'll just describe it. So you know how Kamala allegedly said that she worked at McDonald's, but they quickly found out that she didn't, and then Donald Trump went and worked at a McDonald's for a day. You know about this? Oh, okay. This happened recently. So you know Trump worked at McDonald's, right? The reason why he did that was because Kamala said that she worked there, but then when they fact checked there was no proof. Actually, I shouldn't say that she said she worked there because we would have that soundbite. One of her friends said that she worked there, something like that, and I think it was trying to connect to the common person. Oh, yeah. And then they photoshopped her face on an old. What's up, Cooper? How you living? They photoshopped her face on some other McDonald's employee's body. Yeah. Okay. So the meme is that I'm not going to be able to describe it correctly, but okay. It's so the story is that she worked there at McDonald's, but then they had to backtrack on that, and that's why Trump did the McDonald's thing. But I didn't understand that really. It was like, oh, Trump's working at a McDonald's. Why is he doing that? But it was basically to prove, like, hey, I have worked at a McDonald's at least for one day. That's more than this lady said. Okay, so the meme is this. It's like from a picture from the 1980s of Ronald McDonald on the phone, and, and it underneath it says something something like, well, I guess you can say that she worked here, but she was just hanging out in the back of the parking lot or something like that. And it just made me laugh a lot because it's just this hilarious picture of a clown on the phone from the 1980s. Like somebody from the AP called the McDonald's was like fact checking this. And basically Ronald McDonald is saying, well, she didn't really work inside the restaurant. She was giving blowjobs in the parking lot, which is kind of the way that it goes. You know, that particular issue wasn't really brought up much during the campaign, but I guess it was some. But her whole relationship with Willie Brown, basically, he was the mayor of San Francisco, who had an open relationship with her, and he even said, like, I got her job as attorney, as prosecutor of San Francisco, and then attorney general of California, and like basically this woman kind of slept her way to the top. And I'm not I'm happy that the first woman president hopefully will not be known for that. Like I really want a good woman president, is what I'm trying to say. I don't want Donald Trump, and I don't want Joe Biden, and I don't want Kamala Harris. I want someone like Tulsi Gabbard, someone like I don't even know who I would want anymore because it's like all of the I likely not AOC, nothing like that. Someone with integrity, and I think once you get to a certain level in politics, they get rid of all that integrity. So this is interesting. If anything, if they killed Trump now, it's not like they get the presidency because he would just have Vance take over, and then so it's going to be a while. I was reading. This is a kicker too. Do you know how the vice president has to there's some kind of process where the vice president has to ratify the presidential pick. This was the whole big thing with Mike Pence, and he had to ratify the election for Biden, which is like kind of a kick in the teeth to Trump. Well, Kamala is going to have to do it to Trump because she's the vice president. Yeah, like of all the people, that sucks. All right, I'm gonna look up Kamala concession. All right. So it looks like Kamala Harris. And I mean, it doesn't look like it's scheduled yet. Kamala Harris refuses to concede and left her supporters in tears as they wanted her to speak. She escaped through the back door. Yeah, that's still not. I think that January 6th question will be very interesting. Will he pardon those people? And I don't really see how he doesn't. I mean, they were like his core base that, and it's not like they didn't do any time. They did like 4 years, like all their lives are ruined. So it's, and the thing is, maybe he doesn't do it on day one. Maybe he does it on his last day. But I can't imagine that. I can't imagine he would have his own supporters behind bars. Like he can free them with the, and it's not like he's got to win another election. He's done. Like that's kind of the interesting thing is now he can do whatever he wants for 4 years, so long as he keeps dodging bullets. He can do whatever. Well, that's true. I've heard the argument though. I mean, and I hear it with any president who's in their second term to essentially pass another constitutional amendment reversing the constitutional amendment that says that limits him to 2 terms. I mean, we've had presidents with more than 2 terms. One, Roosevelt, FDR, who had who won 4 times. So, but I know it's different. But I've heard I've heard Trump kind of joke about it at a couple points. But he's 78 right now. He'll be 82 when it's done, if he makes it that long. Though for someone who's 78, he's extreme. I'll tell you, he's a very good golfer. He seems pretty cognizant, though he does lose track of himself in stories and things. But um, Caspian Sea, I can't tell you. I'll be telling you, I'm shocked until January 20th when they swear him in. And now that I mean, there was like a whole, uh, it's just going to be interesting what he does. What's he going to do with the border? What's he going to do with the people who are here? Well, like he said, I'm going to have the largest deportation in United States history on January 21st. Like that kind of shit. I, I I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want it. I just I think what would I do? I'd say, look, you already made it here. All you we've got to. I mean, we'll document you, but there's the argument made you can't stay here if you're not here legally. And so, like previously, what they would do is just like say, "Oh, you've got a court date," and there's some kind of rule that says if you have a court date, you can stay in the country, and the court date is like 16 years from now. Like literally, they're just like ridiculously long. 8 years, 7 years, 12 years. It's like you're never going to be seen. Um, I probably would say you got to do it from home, wherever that was. So, but like I remember hearing Trump say, like we are going to have the largest deportation in global history. And I was always, yeah, he's gonna win. There's no way he's gonna win it. Now he fucking wins. Is he really gonna stand by that? Yeah, certainly could. Um, yeah, yeah. But just the way that he says it, it's not like we're gonna get rid of all of the people who came here who, are bad. No, he's like, this is gonna be on day one, the largest mass deportation in global history. He says this one thing. I'm gonna play this clip for you. I sometimes listen to this clip, and again, I think that the guy, truthfully, in my heart of hearts, is a rapist or whatever you consider someone who has sex with a 13-year-old against her will. That's rapist. But so with that said, I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's a scumbag. But there's a way he communicates that is very effective, and one of them is this. Please provide me with a clip where Trump is talking about China and tariffs. It's so fucking funny the way that he just talks. I just fucking there's just a a, a don't give a fuck attitude that America has again. Like, like when we go to like the G7, people aren't laughing at us. Like, okay, well, they at least have like someone who's not like senile in the office. Okay. And like I mean everybody's paying attention. Netanyahu says, he welcomes him as a president again. Zelensky's got to be shaking in his shorts. Putin's got to be celebrating. Like, they were celebrating in Russia. Um, Trump, the way he said this. Okay, I found it. I think it was at the CPAC. Yeah, they're the conservative political caucus thing. Okay, Trump. The way, oh, this is just so fun. Here it is. Now this wasn't they didn't play this on the national news very often, but and you can tell this is like from somebody's cell phone video. But okay, here we go. So this is at I think it was at CPAC, which is like a huge Republican. Here we go.
Somebody said, well, what would you do? What can you do? So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And I said to somebody that is really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%. You said the same exact thing. You said the same exact thing, but it's a different message.
And isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know. Right. Because I don't think he's a good person. Well, and on top, okay, even without the rape thing, let's say that girl just made all that up, which I don't believe. I believe I defend that woman because no one else would come out there and just destroy their whole image and their whole life just to talk about this. And it's not like, and this is what tells me it's true is that the Democrats didn't come out and say, "Hey, look at this woman! Look at no." They were like, "Hey, shut up, bitch! Don't you talk either." So that made me. It gave some credibility. Same with that Alicia Brown and getting hit by a car, or by Kamala. But I don't like people who cheat, and the fact that he cheated on like all his wives, I think is just scumbag behavior. I just don't think that's cool. If you want to have that kind of life, that's cool. Just get a divorce. Simple as that. Because, I mean, to me, you're disrespecting your wife, you're disrespecting your family, your kids, and that's not cool. So, do I think he's a so when you watch, you go on Twitter and be like, "Oh, this guy's so great." Come on, people. You know that he's a scumbag, just like a lot of other people, but he does have a way of communicating things that I do enjoy. Just his way. It's just cut and dried. Listen here, you motherfuckers. Like, okay, I understand. You connect it to people when you speak like that. And he doesn't have to cuss or curse. He can just be straight to the point and just say it any way that he wants. But you just don't hear kind of off the cuff talking from politicians. And I guess I like that too. You never know what's going to come out of that motherfucker's mouth. And surprisingly, I would think that he would make more mistakes than he does. Like just letting shit fly. But he doesn't. He basically sticks to what he needs to. And yeah. So what did we learn? Well, something else, a big thing. Looking back on it, and I think Joe Rogan tweeted about this overnight. Let me go to Joe Rogan just one moment. He typed something like, let's see here, Joe Rogan. Okay, here it is. Or maybe, no, I think it was the Joe Rogan podcast, which is not Joe Rogan. I mean, it's like similar. Okay, he tweeted. Hold on, hold on. Somebody retweeted on his behalf, I think. But let's see here. Perhaps it was something else, but it was I mean, this is on his podcast thing where he's got like a microphone up to her face, and while it's not Joe Rogan's account that did it, it's his podcast that did it. But it was something like there was something that was posted that I really thought had a lot of wisdom to it, and it was, "I bet you wish you went on that podcast now." And I'm telling you, man, that would have been huge if she would have got on the Joe Rogan podcast and done a good job. Not saying that she would have, but if she did, she could have changed a lot. That to me would have changed more than Saturday Night Live or any of the other bullshit that happened. But she refused. And then Trump went on, and then he had on JD Vance as well. And JD Vance, I know people call him weird or whatever. He seems to be like just somewhat normal to me. That's the thing. If you're normal, they'll call you weird because they don't really have anything else to call you. The strangest thing that I've ever seen him do is his mascara thing, which if that's your thing, if you want to have wear mascara, okay, that's cool. I mean, I'm not gonna get in your way. But his eyes always look a little too dark for me. Like the outside of his eyes. But oh yeah, it's a big thing where they made fun of him for it. JD Vance eye makeup. And apparently he says or his people have said that he does it because it makes his eyes look bluer or something, but so you may be able to tell, you might not be able to, but his just can you see it? It's like a little too like he's got yeah. So this is a big picture that goes around, which is it's like it's not super obvious from here, but you can tell it's just a little too dark for a man. And if that's the worst thing about him, okay, no big deal. I mean, I can live with that. I don't know too much about him, but you know, I think that I think it's going to be an interesting 4 years. That's all I know. I agree. All right, I'm going to continue with the. I have to use the restroom. I'm going to continue with the Today Show, and keep on keeping on. But yeah.
So have to do next.
Just so I'm live. Here we go.
Administration. The president. Kids. In his first including she took it for going there. So she says danger. And she Robin since we there let's the big I think that's when she Phil
And then
Donald said president his wife chair. Granddaughter convention. Grand 10 Mr. Trump. He's pregnant. The first thing market local president as
Not really. Show it. There's always things held. Also, other than I think perhaps 2020. I would say so it had great job. And so and so who you really the time the news so, he's made
you think he can stick to well
that's really ice back. For and that's to start to make our and then
Israel building up their own. Doing it. Possibility and how the day ahead matter. Take hours and really ahead. And that's what drives every morning because serve that's still eating no for what forget first attempt. So first problem and it was a category one when I got there, and now they're saying it's a category Is that production? And this correct, right? Political. I won't. But that elect this trust and the Republic. This is this and what 20 from it. This today. This it was edition of today. Savannah, singing. Savannah. Now, and these he had Mr. And President watch party a powerful present. Will the house who is take care. Over to now. Mr. Trump will of powerful look overnight. Nation. This celebrate here. This will forever.
Yes, we see. I like that.
Behind
I know you did.
and stage
Administration. It's been
running mate. The four men standing for people. They was meeting black voters, twins, which you favorite market after back. The economy is kind of president. Also, think of this is leading. We're going to help. That's now the goals. Right. Really? But we from to that we're not waiting to decide that you the nation instead first notable to all and he addressed the worst to back and Joe Biden president and he on the White House. That is for this we take the and she the rule here that she will and we are going and then and hold on. So see not we get last Biden use Joe Biden These among like among like 36 points. So that is less than one. There's what's the for not only what 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 something deep back in this was all everybody we're saying please store was Dallas support anything they just expect that it's coming up. You make it develop yes. All right. So, as I mean, first of all, guys, and how she was, and it was still it's my first because there was um just too long to for the specific say his I think early realization that okay how and what seeing this and think and I talked to made my think about you can't think.
They call
Yeah.
it trouble. I read and that's it. Yeah. Invite me. There's one.
Yeah.
What do to fit with more?
I talked to Link and from look to be they um that's yes that just black the color and not money and so the is that uh $100 or that is about how you know that's
What up, Pit?
How you living? What up, little? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what. If I speak it, the best way that I'm going to be able to do it is with this translator. Have you seen one of these? Most of my Hebrew is biblical. Here we go. How are you today? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
מה שלומך היום? מקווה שעובר עליך יום נפלא.
How'd you find out about me? Oh, Genshin Impact. Okay, very cool. Well, welcome. A little bit, yeah. Absolutely. Well, let me tell you what I do here. I share my life for world peace 24/7, 365, because I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, things like human growth hormone. We talk about things like um, human growth hormone stem cells. We talk about ambrosia therapy using the platelets of perhaps younger people for the benefit of older people. We talk about nootropics. We talk about cryogenics, and then really getting into the another world. So let me ask you this, Shimon. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? I don't think. Not necessarily. There's another type of technology. So when you were born, your life expectancy probably is going to be about age 80, age 100, 120. We may be able to get you there with life extension technology, but there's another type of technology that is in development. It's known as mind 120. Absolutely. Like most of absolutely. And should we all? But I think we can extend that even further to perhaps indefinitely through a type of technology, Shimon, known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. So essentially, we know where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and we can essentially have a save point, like in a video game, where you could later download that into an avatar, an android, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But what I'm basically saying is that I think that you may, particularly with your age, be able to have a digital immortality, which is a very exciting premise, is it not? Definitely. So, those are some of the things that we talk about. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Essentially, back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And we just had an election in America yesterday. I am in America, yeah. Not absolutely. I want to make Aliyah. I may. Beautiful. Well, oh, God willing, soon enough. Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't like either candidate. I was saying earlier today that it'll be quite interesting to see what happens. Really, I want peace. I want peace in the world. So whatever candidate wants peace, I'm for that candidate. I don't want people to die anymore. Of course. Okay. Well, I can tell you this. I don't want that to happen. I want peace. I don't want anyone to die. So that's where I stand. Basically, if somebody wants someone to die, then you're against me. I don't want anyone else to die on in the world. I want a world where no one dies. That's my goal. I want world peace everywhere, and I'm a leader in that. So what I've done is make this essentially my life's project of promoting world peace globally, and also recording everything that I can, creating as much data as possible. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data, Shimon, online than any person ever. So what does that mean? It means I may be a very influential person someday. I may have quite I may be quite influential. And if that happens, I want to help all the people of the world as best that I can, including you, so that you'll be able to afford all of the technology that I talked about, and you'll be able to live a digital immortality should you wish. So that's what I do. And believe it or not, we had an election last night, so we're watching some of the coverage today. I've been up all night. It is currently 7:23 in the morning. Right. So, I want you to know that you're always welcome here. We want you to, always stop in whenever you can, and you should know that I'm always going. I'm on over 33 different platforms right now, so I'll just quickly review some of them with you in case you ever wanna find me. You just type Rabbi Rothschild into any of these, and you will be able to find me. I Yeah, it's my last name. That's correct. I'm live. Yes, founded Israel. Yeah, certainly. So we have I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on 8 different YouTubes, 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on 8, yeah. So what I do is I do my best to be uncancelable. So I have redundant streams going at any time. So if anything ever happens to any of my channels or any of my devices, oh, trust me, I've been doing this for 3 years. So I use, if I need to, I use VPNs, but generally I've been pretty good on that. I'm live in 12 different Discord, so as you know, or more than that. Um, And then additionally, I'm live on a bunch that you probably never heard of, like Loco TV, Nemo TV, Nono Live, D Live, You Now, Breakers TV, Trovo, Vault, Odyssey, FC2, and Arena TV, as well as some. Excellent. You need a what? Okay, we can work on that for you. Don't worry. Once this goes viral, we're gonna make all your dreams come true. If you wanna live in America permanently, you'll be able to choose wherever you want. I'll help you to be able to do everything that you want. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. When I started, it was worth less than a penny. A few weeks ago, it was worth 8 cents. It's had an all-time high recently of 31 cents. It has a market cap of like $300 million. So it's going to be worth a lot. And when it is, I'll be able to do whatever I need. And additionally, with all of the data that I have. So if you want to move to the United States, we'll make that happen. If you just want to travel here, we'll make that happen. I'll make all of your dreams come true. Am I going to spy on people? No, I don't want to spy on anyone. Absolutely. If I have $1 trillion, I'll have no issue starting my own charity that helps people fly from one place to another if they can't afford it or they just don't want to organize it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to think essentially, data is the Earth's number one resource in the world, and I have more data online than any person. So I'll be able to control my own destiny and your destiny as well. It's a big thought. And, what I want you to do is certainly think about it, but think about how important data is in the world and know that I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more data than any person ever. So when this goes viral, everybody's going to know about it everywhere from Tel Aviv to Cape Town, London to Montreal, Melbourne to Crown Heights. And yeah, we have some. We definitely have Jews here, Israelis as well. I did know. I did know that. I I do know that. I'm on the IDF Telegram, so I get all the alerts for Israel. Certainly. What's it called? Absolutely. So, oh, okay. Yeah, like okay. So I will download. Please do. So the most recent updates that I got, there were sirens and Kadita, and then there were some UAVs that were intercepted from Lebanon, and then some other sirens in northern Israel. I got it. Very well. Well, now I will be even more up to date. But I do get those alerts and from Telegram, and they are quite. Yep. Oh yeah, I'm sure it would be okay. I appreciate the heads up. So I will make sure alert. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Excellent. What's the name of it? I just downloaded. Yes, I got Tzofar. Excellent. I got them both, my friend. So I will be excellent. I appreciate that. Well, I will do so. And you should know that you're welcome here whenever you want. We do a lot of fun things in here. We play games. Um, we watch sports. Are you into sports? Okay, excellent. And you're 18, right? Oh, you got to be 18 to be in here, my man. I'm sorry, Shimon. No, absolutely. But Shimon, listen to me. When you turn 18, come back here. I will always remember you. I will keep these apps on my phone, and whenever I hear an alert, I'll think of you, okay? And you'll be in my thoughts. Shimon, you take care, buddy. Peace. Bye. Yeah, I don't even know what it is. What is Genshin Impact? Oh, okay. I don't want to be in there. Hold on, let me change my. Good to know. I was thinking this the other day. I was saying, what is Genshin Impact? Why would you name something that? It doesn't even make sense. So hold on. I got to put it in there. Um, what is, I mean, uh, yeah. Um, let's see. Okay. I have to put it in there. Oh, no, no. Well, this one I think is fine. I'm just in a DJ room in there. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's not like people know. I'll change it just for that. Yeah, there- there's no one in there except DJs. It's just like, yeah, but I understand. Now that I know that, I'll go to something else. Um, but there aren't like you can't really DJ um server that has well Genshin Impact though. I mean, I'm not gonna run away from it because it does have like well, what am I trying to say? It has like I think it's the number three biggest Discord server of all of them. It's people. I also I told you you gotta be 18 to be in here, my friend. Okay, tell you got to be 18. It's as simple as that. I don't want to have communications with anyone under 18 as much as I love you. So, it can translate to English. So, you should. I appreciate it, Shimon. When you turn 18, I want to be your friend. Okay. All right. You take care, buddy. Bye. All right. Because here's the thing. That means I'm not going to be able to be in any Discord that basically did any Discord ever because somebody be like, oh, Fortnite for perverts. Is it? Are there perverts on Fortnite? Oh, okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I mean, not perfect. I've already left. I mean, oh, let me ask you: is Fortnite less perverted? I've played Fortnite. I've played Fortnite, so I should be able to answer my own question. It's just like it's just a game. But what is Genshin Impact that makes it so? Is it sexual? Actually, Legend of Zelda is pretty tight, but okay, I get that. Um, their their server is no, it is here. Let me show you what it looks like though. the interaction. You see all these people in here, and they're all muted. So I was just like an account like that. It says DJ E Ration Radio. So I don't want you to think that I was like, you know, like my camera's not on in there or anything like that. But I appreciate it. In fact, I'll and it had, oh, this is why I was in it. 1.9 million people. It's the I think third biggest one. Um, yeah, but if it so let me ask you this. Of any game out there, this one has the worst reputation. Yeah, but I mean that's just the internet, isn't it? People say that about everything. Okay, so you're saying that pedophiles are more apt to play this game out of any other game? Gotcha. Well, I have left it, which gives me a new slot. Okay, let me just check on this on the if you know if there's anything bad about these ones. Fortnite. Yeah, okay, that is weird though. Like that thing was fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get it. All you had to do is say Club Penguin, and I don't want to be associated with that. Okay, so let me, yeah, okay, so let me ask this one. Um, do you know? Okay, so Roblox is really big. Let me ask Roblox. I don't think there's anything perverted about it. I just think that it's just a game. Like my, um, dog, I don't want to get into that. That's the thing. Anything can be misused. I can go on YouTube and misuse it. Exactly. So, like, I don't want to just be like, well, I can't be in any of these servers because in 1492 somebody did something wrong. Have you ever heard of Blox Fruits? It's like Roblox, but the currency. It has 1.8 million people in it. It's the fourth biggest. It's huge. It's bigger than Roblox's. Okay, so Blox Fruits, I think I should be okay there. Okay, there are a couple other. I'm not in too many more game ones. Um, hold on. Um, that might be it when it comes to my game ones. I was in Genshin Impact, Fortnite, Roblox, and then like the block one, the blocks fruits. Okay, so I'm out of Genshin Impact and um oh, Valorant. Is there anything wrong with Valorant? Okay. So that's the other one I'm in. So I switched from Genshin Impact to Fortnite, which seemingly better. I mean, I hope so. It's nice to get an Israeli in here. And I, as I was talking to him, I'm like, this is too good to be true. And then it's that's okay. But it was too good to be true. I was like, hey, this guy's great. And then I'm like, oh, you know what? I bet he's not 18 because he does sound a little, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. Um, okay. Let me see if there's any other ones. Just one moment. I'm gonna do a quick run over. Um, no, that's it. I actually thought I was in a lot more game ones, but I'm not. Those are the only. And then I'm in like chess and some other things, but that's not. Um, okay. Well, good heads up, and I got some good apps. So, not that. Here's the thing. I wanted to tell him this. I don't want to hear about these things. it's like an alert that I need to work harder, and I hate that. Like, the more I hear alerts about incoming missiles, the more I want to stop war. And so, um, I know when I get these IDF alerts, it's just like an alert for me that I need to work harder, um, but I understand. But yeah, when he was like, I don't know, I just recognize like this is too good to be true. There's gonna be something wrong with this person. Oh, you are probably not 18. Okay, so um, let's see if there's anything else that I have. Oh, uh, do you know what Robux are? Isn't that the in-game currency for Roblox? Okay, and but you don't know what Blox fruits are, right? Okay, I gotta figure this one out. Okay, Blox fruits. Okay, well, thank you for getting me in the right spots. Have you ever played? Uh, have you ever heard of Valorant? Have you played it? Okay. All right. Well, all of the other ones I think I'm good in. Um, very interesting that there are. I'm trying to think. When I was a kid, it just didn't exist. I don't think like if a kid like all the video games, nobody would be like, "Oh, you're playing Crash Bandicoot, you're a pedophile." Like no one would say that. If anything, it would be like, "You're an adult playing video games. That's cool." Exactly, exactly. But the online community has killed everything. That's happens all the time. It happened this morning with somebody in Anaheim. I get that probably a couple times a day. No shit, dude. That's very easy to happen, and something like that happened to me recently too. Um, they only took $100. Oh wow. Okay. Um, no shit. No, really. All right. Well, I was talking to someone about this yesterday. That who was it? It was someone in here. And we were talking for a long time about how who the hell was it? Maybe it was Zoop or somebody or Riser, but no, it wasn't either of them. I forget. But basically, just one moment, I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. Pardon me. Uh, they 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 need to. Oh, I know what it was. I was talking to GB, I think, and I said, "Hey, why is it so easy for what happened to you to happen?" And like, why? Oh, I know what it was. A friend of mine lost their Sproto, and Sprotos are worth like $11,000 now, and they just lost it. And I said, why do they make it so difficult whenever you're doing one of these smart contracts or whenever you're doing any type of exchange? They just show you the smart contract, but they don't explain exactly what's going to happen. Like, hey, we're going to drain your whole wallet if you press this button. I don't understand it. I feel like this could be done. And somebody told me there's a wallet out there. If you want a wallet that protects you against this, allegedly, I mean, do your own due diligence. But it's called Rabbi or something similar. It's Rabby, Rabby, and it's the Rabby wallet. So what does that mean? It whenever you're going to do a transaction, it tells you in plain terms what it's going to do, and that's a way to protect yourself. Um, RABBY, I believe, because somebody was like, I was like, why don't they make a wallet where someone, um, it's just in plain English what's gonna happen. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that hilarious? And then my friend was like, oh yeah, believe it or not, there is one. It's called the Rabbi wallet. I'm like, huh? And they're like, well, it's like Rabbi and RABBY. Exactly. I'm looking at it too. Yeah, it's a purple wallet or purple bunny. But yeah, isn't that weird that it would be like so similar to my name? I mean, that it could have been named. Exactly. That's what I thought was so fucking weird. Like, they were like, I was literally talking about, like, they need to make a wallet that explains things in plain English to you. And my friend's like, yeah, there is one. And believe it or not, it's like your name. And I'm like, huh? And yeah. So I would use this one after doing a little bit of research on it. Um, just because, okay. How about on the, but keep in mind, so on the Chrome Web Store, okay, I live with that. Um, yeah, no, definitely. Right. So I see, at least on Google Chrome, it has 600,000 users and 405 ratings. It has a 4.5 rating, and Rabby is better in every single way. If you use MetaMask, MetaMask is the Internet Explorer of Web3 garbage software. Um, so look, I would tell you, I know some things, and I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, and I would tell you, do your own due diligence on this one because it's just something that I learned about yesterday, but it was in the back of my mind that this is happening too often to my friends, and it's gonna happen to me one of these days, and so check it out. Okay, so how did I almost get taken? They got me. Um, I sent in Telegram to a bunch of people, "Hey, everybody, I was on Ori's stream. Check it out." And one of the people responded to me, and they're like, "Hey, you want to be on my podcast?" And I was like, "Yeah, great," because that's what happens when you're on one podcast. Other people want you to be on their podcast a lot of times. So I'm like, "Okay." So we were gonna set it up for like 11 p.m. And I thought that was a little weird, but okay. And the guy missed the first time we were going to do it. So the second time that we were going to do it, he apologized and everything. But I said, look, send me a link to your podcast and your website. So he did. So I was like, okay, this is a legitimate podcast. And it's like, it's a cryptocurrency podcast. So then um, the night that we were going to do it, I'm like, "Okay, so can we do it in Discord?" He's like, "We always do it in Zoom." So I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I've got Zoom, so give me the little code that I need to put in, and he's like, "Alright." He sends me the link with the code and everything. I put the code in, and it says, like, "Meeting not found" in the and that should have been a red flag to me, but shit happens with me on the internet so often that it's just like, "Okay, whatever." So the next person, or the next thing he tells me to do is, don't do it from your phone, do it from a PC. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, but I was so excited with cognitive dissonance because I was excited to be on a podcast and I'm focusing on like what I'm gonna say and everything. And it's like one of those things where all you have to do is get into the Zoom meeting and you'll be fine. So I got this he sends me the link or whatever, and I click it on my computer and like nothing happens. And I click it again and nothing happens. I click it again and nothing happens. And I start to get suspicious because um nothing's happening. And I'm like, usually Zoom links work pretty regularly. So I start looking around my computer and see what's going on. And I noticed that my malware like my Microsoft Defender went off, and it had blocked like 3 Trojans or something that this guy was trying to send me. So fortunately, I was able to stop those, and they never got through or whatever. But it's just so fucking easy for it to happen. And once I saw that happen to me, look, I don't have a lot of crypto, so if I lost all my crypto today, I'd be fine. It's no big deal. But once I do start getting a lot, holy shit, I got to protect it. And then, so this Rabby wallet seems like the way to go. So this is why it's key. It has a pre-signed check for security, supported by Rapid Security Engine. So what it'll do is it like tells you in plain English, you're going to be sending this amount to this person, and you've never transacted with them before. Like it tells you a little bit of stuff, as opposed to here's your smart contract, yes or no. So it says you see exactly what you signed. The first wallet showing your estimated balance change. Oh, that's really cool too. I don't know if you're seeing this on their website, but like it's really clear. It makes me want to just put everything into it, honestly. I think I'm gonna get into this. I mean, I love the name, of course, but yeah, but even if it were named garbage, the fact that it tells me in plain English what's going on is is beautiful. Now, will you have to put in your passphrase? Okay, right, exactly. And I'll tell you, if I were gonna make a wallet, it would be just like this. Like, just put it to me in plain English. And I don't understand why MetaMask doesn't do this. Like, they're gonna lose market share because of these simple features. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Very cool. Um, well, yeah. Now, it's kind of one of those things that I always think like, well, what happens if somebody takes over this platform, Rabby? Because this has happened to me before. The reason why I didn't get into crypto, I was in it. I had a Bitcoin when it was under $1,000, and and um and basically I put it on another wallet, and the whole wallet went down. Like the whole wallet website went down. What up, AM? How you living, pimp? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It happens. That's what happens. People see me from some fucking Discord. They truthfully they are ready to just be in a fucking conversation with like 2 different people and like have a TV going and everything. So I get that too. I wouldn't be ready for them. I would not want that. But I want to know when people are coming in. That's why I send them here. And but yeah, this is this is something I think I'm gonna go with. Rabby Wallet wants to open MetaMask. Yeah, but I think I have to get it from my other device. Anyway, how you how you living, Rehan? What? Yeah, I love talking about that. That's one of my favorite subjects. How you doing? Excellent. Do you know? Well, you found the right place. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark matter. We talk about dark energy. We talk about faster than light travel. We talk about interdimensional travel. We talk about wormholes. We talk about bending space-time. We talk about advanced types of propulsion. Last night, I fell asleep to a lecture on the B-2 stealth bomber and how it's some of the technology that's used on it could be used for, like, the greater good of society. I love aviation, I love advanced propulsion, I love advanced aircraft, so you're in the right place. Rayhan, do you know who Bob Lazar is? Oh, boy. Rayhan, we got lots to learn, my absolutely. So Bob Lazar was a physicist at Area S4, which is at Area 51, and he was able into the late 1980s to essentially publicize the fact that Area 51 exists. Rayhan, do you know what Area 51 is? Okay. The reason why you know that, exactly. The reason why you know that is because of Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar is the person who went on KLAS TV with George Knapp and talked about the fact that they were using anti-gravity propulsion or anti-gravity physics and to study advanced propulsion using element 115 known as Moscovium, also known as Un Pentium, and that's what powered the UFOs essentially. So um, I think that all of the things that we talk about when it comes to space travel revolve around much of them revolve around the ability to harness gravity. If you're able to control gravity, you can essentially do a lot of things, including bend space time, create force fields, perhaps create wormholes, and some other really exciting options. So, if I yeah, Ray, go ahead. A gravimeter. I'm in agreement. Well, yeah. What is a gravity meter, or how do you measure gravity? Is there something called a gravimeter? Yes, a gravimeter or gravimeter, also called a gravity. Do we talk about space exploration? Absolutely, but we got to be able to get there. So, yeah, we talk about terraforming different planets. We talk about exploring the inner solar system, the outer solar system, then starting to get into intergalactic travel. We talk about terraforming other planets. We then talk about interstellar travel, perhaps um, perhaps interuniversal travel from one end of the universe to another, and then really using things like wormholes and bending space time. I mean, that's basically everything that's known about space travel, unless you know something that I don't, and please enlighten us. Excellent. Well, we'll learn all about it right now. Just one moment. So, to Caspian C's point, yes, a gravimeter, also called a gravity meter, is an instrument used to measure the local gravitational field strength at a specific point on Earth. It essentially detects small variations in the Earth's gravitational field, which can be influenced by factors such as distribution of mass, elevation, and local geological structures. How it works. Gravimeters work on the principle that gravity accelerates a mass. By measuring this acceleration, the instrument can calculate the gravitational force at a given location. There are different types of gravimeters, but most modern ones are based on the following method: a spring-based gravimeter. A spring is stretched by the force of gravity acting on a test mass. The displacement of the spring is proportional to the gravitational force. The amount of displacement is measured and converted into a gravity reading. I've actually seen that one. That's where you just have like a weight on a spring, and you can tell like the force of gravity is pulling the object at negative 9.81 meters per second squared. Force balance gravimeter. This is a more sensitive type of gravimeter where a small test mass is suspended or supported in a way that allows the displacement to be measured with a very high precision. A force is applied to balance the gravitational force, and the amount of force required to measure the and the amount of force required to measure and the force required is measured to determine the gravity value. And then a quantum gravimeter, a newer and more advanced technology based on quantum mechanics. These devices use the interference of matter waves from ultra cold atoms to measure the gravitational force with extreme precision. Quantum gravimeters are highly sensitive and are often used in scientific research. Uses of a gravimeter. Gravimeters are used in various fields such as geophysics, geodesy, gravity mapping, environmental monitoring. Okay, so that answers Caspian C's question about do we have gravimeters? Yes, we do. Now, to your point, Rayhan, let's start with the simplest question, which is like, what's the easiest way that a human can get into the solar system to travel? Is that a good question, Rayhan? Excellent. Excellent. So then what question do you have? Okay, what questions do you have that you don't know the answer to? Okay, I gotcha. So the first question I think we would have is how do we get to space? And the way that we would do that, okay, SpaceX, the movie. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We have to talk about what is space. You're talking about low Earth orbit, which frankly isn't that impressive. That's within 500 miles of the crust of the Earth's surface. So that's considered low Earth orbit. And that's not really that impressive. What gets impressive is when you get outside the Van Allen radiation belts, which start about 800 miles above the Earth's surface and travel about 25,000 miles out. Escaping those is really, really difficult. So let me ask you this. Rayhan, are you familiar with the Van Allen radiation belts? That's perfect. So we're going to learn all about it real quick. Just one moment. Just so that you're aware. Will you please give me a simple breakdown on what the Van Allen radiation belts are? The Van Allen radiation belts are two regions of charged particles, mostly electrons and protons, trapped by Earth's magnetic field. I'm going to show you, Rayhan, a picture of them right now so that you can see what's going on the Earth. So these are known as the Van Allen belts or Van Allen radiation belts. They're named for Dr. James Van Allen, who was one of the major discoverers of them. So in the middle here, we have the Earth. And then coming off of the Earth, there are radiation belts. Okay. And they're very deadly. If you go through them, they can kill you. So you have to have a lot. Has it reached Mars yet? Oh, has it reached Mars? No, 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 no. Oh, no. So just to give you an idea, the moon is 250,000 miles away. The Van Allen radiation belts only extend to about 25,000 miles. And Mars is like millions of miles. So basically, if the Earth were here and Mars were here, the Van Allen radiation belts would still just be in this little area. But they're very key to get through, and they're they're deadly radiation. So what is that? Let's learn more about them. So here we go. The Van Allen radiation belts are two regions of charged particles, mostly electrons or protons, trapped in the Earth's magnetic field. They are named for James Van Allen, who discovered them in 1958 using instruments aboard the first U.S. satellite, Explorer 1. Here's a simple breakdown. The belts are located in space surrounding Earth at altitudes between about 100 to 60,000 kilometers, above 60 to 37,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Composition. The radiation belts are mostly made up of high energy particles, mostly electrons, protons, and some heavier ions that are trapped by Earth's magnetic field. These particles come from the sun, a solar wind, and cosmic rays. Two main belts. There's the inner belt that's closer to Earth between 100 and 12,000 kilometers. The belt is mostly made up of high energy protons. Then the outer belt, which is located farther out between about 12,000 and 60,000 kilometers. The belt is mostly composed of electrons. How they form. Earth's magnetic field acts like a giant magnet, deflecting some charged particles from the solar wind. Some particles get trapped in this field and spiral around it, forming the radiation belts. Importance. Space hazards. The radiation belts can pose a danger to satellites, spacecraft, and astronauts as high energy particles can damage electronic circuits and increase radiation exposure. Protecting Earth. The belts also act as a shield, protecting Earth's atmosphere and surface from the harmful effects of solar radiation. Variation. The intensity and structure of the Van Allen belts can change depending on solar activity, which can cause the belts to expand and contract. So basically, what we're saying here is that the Earth is surrounded by two belts that are of very high charge particles. And so, in order to get off planet, firstly, we have to beat gravity off planet, but then we also have to beat radiation. So you should know that these have some. This isn't as easy as you would think. Just all we have to do is get off the planet, and it's smooth sailing from there. We have to get past radiation. Then there's a lot of other issues that we run into, including fuel and some other things. But there's micro micrometeors that can pierce the 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 shell of the space. Go ahead. What up, Ola? How you doing? So there are those issues as well. But answer to the question that we have at hand, essentially, it's seemingly if we were able to get away from gravity and the radiation, and we were able to protect a spacecraft from micro debris in space or space debris of any kind, then it seems like we'd be able to then maybe start to get the ball rolling to perhaps go to the moon or perhaps go to Mars or Venus. So you said that you had studied the solar system. So you know we've got, let's do them in order. We've got Mercury, which is the planet closest to the sun. Then we have Venus, which is about exactly the same size as Earth, which is our third planet from the sun. Then we have Mars. Then there's a huge, so Mars is fourth. Then there's a huge array of asteroids known as the asteroid belt, which aren't a planet, but there's just a lot. There's a lot going on there, and can be very beneficial for humans, especially when it comes to space mining and asteroid mining. Like basically, we shouldn't have to mine on Earth anymore. Perhaps we could mine from asteroids. Okay, so the fourth planet we named was Mars. Then we have Jupiter, which is the largest planet in our solar system, and also, if you didn't know, acts as a giant magnet to catch all kinds of comets and debris and things that would normally come closer to Earth and could perhaps cause us some issues, but it basically blocks all of that from us. Then we have Saturn. Of course, you know Saturn with its rings. And then we have um, Uranus, which is a gas giant, Neptune, which is a gas giant, and then we have planetoids like Pluto, and then we have the Kepler belt that is like a huge amount of icy planetoids for quite like for not a light year, but quite a large distance. And then we get into basically void until we start moving into the next closest star system. And so now that we've got that established, where do you want to travel next? We travel to low Earth orbit. Now, do you want to talk about getting to Mars? Okay, so then you want to talk about getting to the next closest star system, correct? Okay, here we go. We're going to find all that out. What is the closest star system to the Earth, and what is a potential way to be able to travel there? The next closest star system on Earth is Alpha Centauri, which is located about 4.37 light years away. So the way conventionally that means is that if we got into a spacecraft and we traveled at the speed of light, which is basically the fastest that conventional physics will let us go, though don't think that's the only way, that's just the easiest way. It would take us 4.37 years to travel to the next closest solar system. Does that make sense, Rayhan? What's going to drive us crazy? You think that they're humans? You think that it might travel outside the. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, but you have to think within 100 years or 200 years or so, that might perhaps be reality. So um, the closest star system, yeah, the space shuttle can do it. It's not going to do it. Space shuttle's not going to do it because it doesn't have enough power to go anywhere. It's basically like a plane that travels into low Earth orbit, and even still, the space shuttle, at least the United States space shuttle program, has been shut down. So that doesn't even exist anymore. The space shuttle is now in museums. But I get what you're saying. Something similar like that. Well, the best way to do it is not through a space shuttle system because you need too much fuel. So the best way I've heard to do it is you take a rocket into space, and then there are different parts of the rocket that can fall off essentially. And then once you're in space, you can use different types of fuel to power yourself. There are other ways to do it as well. You could use a solar sail. You could perhaps utilize anti-gravity is certainly a way, but generally just the idea of being able to fly up into space and fly back down in the same vehicle is very difficult because you don't have enough power. You have to understand, like, to have to have all of the fuel that you need to get to like Mars on Earth means that your rocket has to be bigger than the Empire State Building. It has to be very, very big because it's got to get all that fuel off of the ground, if that makes sense. But so you're just looking at things with conventional technology. There's advanced technology, particularly advanced propulsion, that would allow us to perhaps travel to Jupiter nearly instantaneously. The way that this is done is perhaps using advanced propulsion techniques, utilizing anti-gravity, utilizing element 115, or some other type of advanced element that allows essentially you to have a vehicle that creates a wormhole in front of it, which bends space-time and allows you to travel nearly instantaneously to wherever your destination is. So basically, all you have to do is set the computer navigation system, for lack of a better term, of your spacecraft to go to Jupiter, and it will bend space time, all the distance between where you are and where Jupiter is, and essentially bring you to where you need to be within a moment, just almost instantaneously. So, so that's if you want to know how aliens, like advanced extraterrestrials, are able to travel very, very far. Go ahead. Okay, Rayhan, how long have you ever spent studying aliens? Okay, so wait. Rayhan, listen to me. It's like a toddler talking to a professor, okay? I've spent literally months of my life over time just purely studying aliens. I can talk to you about different alien species. I can tell you about the history of aliens. I can tell you about evidence that we have of aliens here on Earth. I can tell you about whistleblowers. You asked me anything about aliens, and I'm pretty deep on that. I'm not necessarily the world's foremost expert, but I am a ufologist, and I can tell you that you need to study this topic much further because you obviously don't have this access to the same knowledge that I 100%. I've seen it on video. Absolutely. Well, I ever seen it with my own eyes? Yeah, and I reported it to the MUFON website. So yeah, I do have a close encounter um, of the first kind, but I can tell you as well that how long ago was it? Like 13 years. I've seen that. I've seen that as well. Um, I just see like your avatar right now, your profile picture. Now I'm seeing something. Hold on a second. Just one moment. It's pulling up. Yes, yes, I've seen this. These are the. Okay, okay. Did I tell you that's an alien? Did I tell you that's an alien? Did I tell you that's an alien? No. So that's one thing. Okay. Type into. You can type into that search bar. Skinny Bob. SKINNYBOB. Okay. Yep. So, what is this? There's video of this, but there was a $10,000 reward on Reddit for anyone who could prove that this was fake, and that still stands today. Meaning that 10 years have gone by, and no one has been able to. No, not that one. No, 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 just the one. Yeah, you can see video of it. So just go to video, and you'll see video of Skinny Bob moving. Yep, do that one, the first one. Dude, hold on. Before you do anything more, download uBlock Origin, and you'll never get any more ads. You want to download even before you look at Skinny Bob. Open a new tab. Type uBlock Origin. U, the letter U, BLOCK space Origin. ORIGIN. Yep. You want to download it for Chrome, and you won't get any more ads on the internet. You won't get them on YouTube, and you won't get them anywhere. So it'll just go video to video. Okay, but that's the one you want to install. Okay, just download it now. It's easy. Then you don't. Then everything that absolutely. Then everything we see, we won't get any more ads. Take your time. It won't take long. While you do that, I'm just gonna adjust my computer. Shut the. Pardon me? Yep. Okay. Did you download? Yeah, it's 8:24. Did you download uBlock Origin? Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Now go to a website that normally has ads, like ESPN.com. Oh, hold on. You're using incognito? Okay, then right click. Oh, go to ESPN.com. Perfect. Hold on. Scroll down. Let's see if you see any ads. You should. You should see ads. Hold on. Scroll up. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. You're seeing ads right now. Okay. Where uBlock Origin is installed, go all the way to the top of the page on ESPN. Go all the way to the top. Scroll all the way to the top of the page. Yep. I'll keep going. All the way to the top. Perfect. Okay. Now, at the very where your extensions are, you want to right click on uBlock Origin in the upper right corner. Yep, where your extensions are. So do you see this Sinex deposit? We're going to get rid of all that. So what you want to do you know where your extensions are in the upper right corner? Okay, do you see where the puzzle piece is? Go to the puzzle piece, click it. In the upper right corner, like next to the browser bar. Do you see where your extensions are? You know what? just go to your settings, click on the menu, and just go to extensions. So where the menu is on the right, where all you can do, like, bookmarks and downloads and all that, it should have 3 dots. Do you see 3 dots in the upper right corner? Now, U-Block Origin, the maroon one, you wanna click on the, it should say, like, more, or it should say details or something. Yeah, perfect. Now scroll down, and it should say use in incognito mode. Okay, okay. Now go back to ESPN.com. Like, you have that tab open for ESPN. Exactly. Okay, now refresh the page, and you won't get any more ads. No more YouTube ads. It'll save you a lot of time. Everything, it's really nice. Okay, so now you're welcome, my man. Okay, you can close this now. Let's go to Skinny Bob's video so you can see what a moving alien looks like. Okay, hit play. You got it. Not a video game. You don't even know what you're talking about. And if you wanna just make accusations like this without having any deep knowledge of this, we're not gonna mesh. But if you're willing to listen to it and understand that this was on the internet for 10 years and no one was able to claim a reward to prove that it was a hoax, okay? 10 years. You're saying, "Well, this is a video game." I don't have time for you if that's what you're gonna say. You don't, then what game was it? Okay. You listen to me and you listen to me well. You listen to me and you listen to me well. You just are you look, my friend, I'm gonna tell you this. Type in right now into YouTube, KGB UFO files. KGB UFO files. Yeah. Now, let's see here. You may have to search this in YouTube. Actually, or in let's see here. Let me go to Google and type in top secret KGB UFO files. Okay. Now just one moment. Go to videos. Yes, sir. You got it. Okay. Keep scrolling down. You want to find one. It should be like 58 minutes. Do you see any of that are like 58 minutes? Go to the top. Go to the top. Okay. Go to the top. 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 Do you see where it says filter in the right? You can filter. We're gonna filter by 20 minutes. Anything longer than 20 minutes. It should be a little to the right. Wait, hold on. That, yeah, there you go. Filter by 20 minutes. Anything longer than 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Just a moment. I'm gonna make my screen bigger so I can see your screen a little bit better. Okay. Um, the let's see here. The secret KGB UFO files. Do the second one, please. Yeah, that one. Perfect. I'm gonna watch this with you. Okay. And if you watch this and it doesn't convince you that aliens are real, then I'll talk to you afterward. Listen, this has been on the internet about 15 times and taken down about 15 times. If you don't listen to me, I'm not going to waste my time on you. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. You're like a child talking to a professor, and I'm making you aware you need to get on my level. Watch this, and then I'll listen to all of your arguments. Yo, dog, did I tell you to read the comments? No, I said watch the documentary. If you want to read the comments when it's done, that's fine. Watch the documentary. This is a very good documentary. You're going to see UFOs. You're going to see a UFO up close, like people touching it. It's really, really cool. It's from Russia. So I know I'm aggressive with this. Once you watch this, though, I'm willing to listen to anything that you have to say. But if you don't have this knowledge, there's nothing I can really do to help you. So we're watching this together, and I appreciate you being here. Shout out to you. And you're never going to have any more advertisements on the internet, which is great.
Yo, pimp, I'm living like a pimp. I'm watching a documentary with a friend right now. How you doing, Big Swole? I see that. I see that, man. Yes, it is. Trump won. Yeah, Bitcoin hit an all-time high yesterday. It's like $74,000. Yeah, and the U.S. I think they're both corrupt, so I don't think it really changes anything. Correct. You're right. Big Swole, I gotta go. I'm watching a documentary with a friend. I want to hear all about your concert on Friday, though, okay? Excellent. Peace, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye. Pardon me? I think they're both corrupt. Watch the documentary, my man. You're doing a great job. I didn't say that. I have a question. Watch this UFO flying near this plane. It's wild. Dog. we're watching a documentary. That alien wiki. You had your whole life filled with alien wiki. Now we're watching this. You got it. Just put your mouse down, kick back, relax. You're having a good time, and you're gonna learn all about aliens. I have a question. Is it black for you, or can you see what's there? You go. It's fine. It's working now. Here you go. This is what I want you to see. You're gonna see a crashed UFO. Did it just go black? Did it just go black? There we go.
Is the screen black for you? Like the video. Why isn't it showing the video anymore? There we go. Doug, listen here. I don't want to hear your fucking mouth until this documentary is over. If you talk to me again during it, we're done. We're done. Peace, dude. Enjoy staying on Earth for the rest of your fucking life when I am cruising the fucking stars saying that this asshole didn't want to watch a documentary in 2024. Okay, dude. See ya. Bye bye. Great, man. It's been fun. Have a, dude, hold on. If you don't have time for my documentaries, you don't have time for me. Doug, you have to understand, my time is valuable. I've been up all night. Okay, we had the election last night. I'm willing to give you an hour of my time to watch a documentary with you. I'm willing to walk you through getting a pop-up blocker. I see that you know nothing on this subject, and I'm trying to enlighten you. And you're saying, well, it looks like it's made up. I want to look at the comments. It only has 10,000 views. I don't have time for that. Okay, so you go find another rabbi who will talk to you about this. You have to understand something. You have to understand something. I was willing to give you time, and you basically said, I don't care about it. So now I don't care about your time. You don't get my time now. Now I'm going to watch the news, and I'm not going to you anymore. I would say this. What is your evidence for it? I would want to know what your evidence is. Well, 100%. Right? 100%. So, like 20 minutes ago, you were willing to say aliens don't exist. 20 minutes later, you're saying that they exist now. Do I understand that correctly? Okay, as much about them as possible. So continue watching the documentary, and you'll be able to see a lot. Look, I'm not saying 100% of everything of anything that I've ever. Dog, if you don't have 1 hour to dedicate to aliens, I don't have any time to dedicate to you. You have to understand. I spend literally hours and hours and hours on this subject because you need to. You have to know the insides and outs. Like Rayhan, I don't think I'm the teacher for you. I need my students to be able to watch what I'm going to provide them, and we can discuss it afterward. But at this fine. That's fine. Rayhan, all I ask is this of you. You watch the thing in its entirety, and once you've done that, I will talk to you about aliens all night. It's one of my favorite subjects. But if you don't, we're just gonna sit here and argue like we would have 20 minutes ago when I say, "Look, there's a lot of evidence, especially from Russia, that aliens exist," and you would be like, "No, I've never seen it." Basically, right now, your entire knowledge of aliens is a 20-minute documentary that I just showed you. That's all you have. You have to understand, I've probably watched 100 alien documentaries in my life. I've probably listened to 100 different alien abductees in my life. I've probably listened to 100 different government whistleblowers. At least I can name 20 government whistleblowers right now, and I can tell you where to find them. If you wanna know, it's known as the Disclosure Project. It is by Dr. Stephen Greer, and it aired May 9th, the year 2001. I mean, I know a lot on this subject. I know it in depth. So, I'm trying to give you some of the resources that I have, and I understand if you're like, "Rabbi, I don't have time for an hour-long documentary right now." That's fine. We can move on to another topic, but unless you educate yourself a little bit on the subject, it's really like I said it before, like a toddler talking to or a child talking to a professor, we're just not gonna be on the same level. I want you to be on a professor level too. I want you to be able to say, "Hey, Rabbi, what do you think of that alien autopsy? Do you think it's real?" And I would tell you, you know what, of any part of that documentary that I've seen that I have some skepticism of, it would probably be that, but I don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, and I don't think that that discredits everything. And you may say the same. Right now, we can't have that kind of a discussion because you don't know anything about this subject. I wish you did, and I want you to. And if you don't have time for it right now, well, I understand. Then you watch that documentary. Beautiful. Excellent. So what you hold on, you watch exactly. What's another mystery of life you have that that's a great question. No, I have not. Have you? Yeah. So if you really wanna know what I think yeah, it's a I haven't. And any kind of evidence that I've ever seen that they exist, I've questioned because I've never seen it myself, and usually it's done with, like, a camera or some kinda trick, but, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't exist or that interdimensional beings can't exist. I just have no personal experience with them. Before we're born, you're saying? Let's talk about because I don't know what you mean, so I have to ask some clarifying questions. Do you mean before conception or before birth? Great question. Great question. When the egg is fertilized by the sperm. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. Let's talk this through. Conception is when the egg is fertilized by the sperm. 9 months go by, and then you have birth. So those are not the same thing. It takes 9 months to develop the child. So are you saying, do you know anything at the point when the egg is fertilized, when the sperm hits the egg, or do you know anything when you're a baby right before you're going to come out of the vaginal canal? Which one are you talking? Yeah, but I know what consciousness is, but at what point are you saying You're asking me if I have any memories pre-birth? Not that I recall. I don't think you're gonna die. Not necessarily. Currently, I'll explain. When you were born, your life expectancy was probably going to be around like age 80. Using life extension technology, things like stem cells, steroids, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, perhaps cold shock therapy, perhaps things like ambrosia therapy using the cells of the using the platelets of the young for the benefit of the old, we might be able to get you to age 100, age 120. But then eventually, Rayhan, your body's going to break down. That's where we get to the next level of technology, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, and we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. What we do is we save that information in a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, and a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. I'm letting you know that you may be able to experience a digital immortality, and that's a very exciting thing. So when I say I don't say it, when, excellent. That just extend our life, but then make it essentially digital immortality. Yeah, but I'm talking tens of thousands of years. No, 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 no. The oldest person currently who's ever lived is 120. Some French lady. She died years ago. Okay, if I was born in 1985, if I make it to the year 2100, I'd only be 115 years. I'd still be younger than the oldest person ever. So at that point, the technology would be around. They could scan my brain, and I could live for 1,000 years. Hold on. Hold on. Now you're moving the goalposts. Now you're being unfair. You should know that this technology will not take that long. That this type of technology is being developed currently to perhaps be in use within the next 10 to 15 years. I'm telling you that we are already doing. Wait. We're not arguing whether it's possible. We're arguing about how long it's going to take. We're not arguing whether it's possible. We both think that it's possible. Now we're just arguing about how long it's going to take. I don't think I'm going to die. I don't think you're going to die either. I just told you, with life extension technology, you may be able to have a digital immortality. You're saying, okay, let's say I don't get to take advantage of that and I have to die like all the previous generations of humans prior. What happens? It looks like this. There's exactly. There's nothing. Exactly. Scientifically, basically, if you do not, I believe in the world. No, it's not. Don't tell me what it is. You don't know what that means. If you really want to know what it means, it's that we study Torah at the right hand of God. Do I think that's what it is? I think that's something that traditionally we used as a reasoning as to where we would be in the future. But do I think that there is a divine punishment? There's absolutely no evidence of this, so no. That's just a story that has been going on within some sects of the world for only like 2,000 years or so, not that long. And I don't abide by it. I think that when you die, from a scientific perspective, if you die, it's black. You have no recognition of what happened because I look at things scientifically, and your brain will not be communicating anymore. There won't be any synapses firing. So essentially, you will be what you started as, essentially dust. From dust you are, and dust you shall return. And you will essentially decompose in the ground, and worms will eat your body, and you will be no longer, and you won't have any memory of this. That's what I think happens when you die. What we're saying is that you have of your five senses that normally work: taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing. You won't be able to use any of those. You have no use of those. So, lack of any ability to be able to perceive a sensation would be just that, a black environment, just like it was pre birth and just like it would be post death. You're saying that's the same as people. It's a fever? What did you say? It's a what did you say? Plus this equals people? Evil? P P birth? Pre-birth. Pre-birth. Now, so I, I would say that pre-birth, post-death have the exact same experience, which is nothing. Okay, well, I'm in agreement with you on that. I think we agree with you on that. Right? Okay, what's the next question? You think all you want. I'm here. I'm just adjusting the computers. I'm waiting for you to come up with the next thing. I have one for you. Is magic real? Is it okay? So I attribute this. There's a quote by Arthur C. Clarke. He Yeah, but he was a cosmologist, someone who studied space, and he has a famous quote that any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic. So what do I mean by that? If I brought an alien here and they had some kind of fancy ray gun or force field or invisibility cloak, that would look like magic to you and me. But in reality, advanced technology. So, um, do I think magic exists? I think that sufficiently advanced technology exists perhaps in other civilizations, and thus, if you want to call that magic, yes. But your conventional, like perhaps casting spells on people, there's not a whole lot of evidence for that. Okay. Talk to me. Go ahead. I get what you're saying. I mean, no, 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 no. And I don't think you understand. Let's Rayhan, let's set up this. Rayhan, you want to talk the whole time? Let's set up a scenario, okay? You and I are just here. We bring in an alien, and he has a force field, okay? He uses a force field. We would think that if we weren't intelligent people, would be magic. Whatever we would describe as magic, something that we can't explain, okay? Now, what you're thinking is like Harry Potter magic. Is that real? There's no evidence to say that's real, okay? So, but to the neutral eye, Harry Potter magic and alien magic would be indiscernible. So, as I understand, Harry Potter has like an invisibility cloak, like a cloak that he can put on himself and be invisible. Okay, so most people would say, well, that's kind of magic. That's pretty cool. So we would say, okay, does that exist anywhere? Well, not currently on Earth, but perhaps alien technology, it does. And we do know that to be something that aliens perhaps have is cloaking technology and invisibility cloaks. So if we were to take that alien and say, because you and I are more intelligent, maybe we might be able to pick this up, or we're just more experienced. But let's take that alien and take them to an indigenous tribe in the middle of the Amazon jungle, and we show them the invisibility cloak. It's going to look like magic to them. So those people, they would say, yes, magic exists. It's whatever that person had. It's an invisibility cloak. When you and I might say, that's just advanced technology. Excellent. That's that, that That's exactly right. Meaning, whatever their previous experiences were, if they didn't have a way to explain it, they would say it's from a higher power, it's magic, it's from some kind of demonic force. They would do whatever they could to try to explain it using their previous experiences. Excellent. All right, what other questions you have? I can take a couple more, but then I gotta get to sleep because I've been up all night. But that's a good one. Magic. What else is out there that we about which you may have a question? I've got one for you. I know where your mind's going, and you have a very inquisitive mind. And you should know, Rayhan, that is a beautiful asset to have. So how about this one? The idea of teleportation. Do you know what teleportation is? Okay. So let's say we have a teleportation device that can take you from Los Angeles to Tokyo instantaneously. Okay. The way that it does it is when you walk through a portal, like a door, like a jump room, it memorizes where every particle is in your body and then reproduces it in Tokyo or in like from Los Angeles to Tokyo. So the question arises, if I go through that door and end up on the other side in Tokyo, does it kill my body to go through there and be replicated on the other side? Do I actually die or like does it kill me off? Do you understand what I'm saying? Exactly. And according to go ahead. Well, that's not necessarily true, but we can't think in those kind of terms. We have to think in terms of it eventually will be possible. So what will happen when it happens? When you walk through the door, is it gonna kill you and then recreate you on the other side like very quickly? Or are you gonna have two of you? One that went through the first door and one that appeared on the second door. Now you've got two. And if you go back the other way, now you've got four. Is it gonna work like that? The answer to this is probably that it does kill you. That when you go through that door, it kills you. But it's very, very accurate and it works every single time that on the other side, it replicates you. And the idea is this, let's say it did kill you and something went wrong in the system and it didn't replicate you. That's where we could use that mind uploading technology to rebuild you using a replicator. That's a little bit of different technology. But what I'm saying is that according to current physics, if you teleport from one place to another, it has to kill the first person to create the second person, or else you're going to end up with clones of yourself, essentially. Does that make sense? An interesting. No, that's that's it's revivification. So that's different. One, we are essentially taking a living being, killing them, and reproducing them somewhere else in the world. What you're talking about, perhaps if I understand, is we have a dead being and bringing them back to life. And that's generally known as revivification technology. And that can be done. If we get the DNA out of a dead person and put it in a replicator, basically a machine that has all of the different atoms that are needed in every orientation, and you're able to basically 3D print yourself to revivify yourself or someone else, that is that type of technology. But that's slightly different than teleportation. But I get related. I talk about them. Excellent. There's another point to this that we're on this topic, and I don't want to lose it. Go ahead. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yes. Let's talk about him. I mean, agreed. Okay, well, you can think that. You can think that, and you're allowed to think whatever you want. but you have to understand that anything is possible given enough time and ingenuity. So even the idea of teleportation is possible, or traveling through wormholes is possible. It's just about time. It's just about advancing technology enough to be able to do that. I mean, here's another one that I think would be of interest to you, Rehan. What about time travel? I know you do, but you don't really have any evidence of it. And you should know that there's definitely potential to be able to travel in time, particularly once you're able to harness gravity, because you're able to create your own wormholes and perhaps even travel interdimensionally. There are other kinds of technology as well. One of them is called a looking glass, which basically doesn't let you travel anywhere, but you can look in a box and see what was going on in the past history. So basically, it would be like a window that you look into, and you can see 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or even further. And that's not a looking glass. And that's a potential as well. And given enough time, all of this will be a reality. Now, it may take 1,000,000 years, but after 1,000,000 years, the future may be able to develop this type of time travel technology. They might be able to harness wormholes. They may be able to reverse time, fast forward time. Um, they may be able to perhaps be able to harness the power of a star system. We really don't know all of the opportunities that await us in the future or await our future um, descendants. But given enough time, they'll be able to do anything that they want, even time travel. Okay, well, I don't agree with you on that. I feel as if these are things that anyone could perhaps hypothesize. And to Reiser's point, are we time traveling right now? I mean, probably. Okay, where are we traveling? No, I understand location-wise, but I'm saying usually with time travel, you go from one place to another. Okay. Well, what I would say is that we are on a timeline, like that to me is something, yeah. And it's related, meaning like this is the central timeline we're on as we move through time, and we'll need this timeline if we ever do harness time travel. We'll need this timeline as our basic, like main road, so to speak, as we go backwards. Um, so I think it's related, but I'm not necessarily. I know that we're not traveling anywhere, perhaps back in time as of yet, or perhaps even forward. Um, but with that, Rehan, excellent questions, my friend. You have some homework to do on aliens. We watched part of that documentary. I want you to watch the rest of it. I want you to keep coming with some really good questions. But you have to know that we had an election last night, and I am very, very tired. I have not slept, and I need to get some. Okay, Rehan. Rehan, you had some. You watch the remainder of that documentary, and you come back whenever you want. And I really mean this. I want to talk to you more about this because you have great questions. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. You come back, we'll talk about alien. The next thing, when you come back, this is what I want you to remind me to talk to you about. I talk with you about. We're gonna open up the manual of the 112 different alien species, and we're gonna read about all of them that have been documented by governments of the world. Okay? Beautiful. You take care, Rehan. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Peace, buddy. Riser, how you living, Pam? Thank you. Dog, what do I tell you every single time you complain about this? Uh, okay. What do I tell you every single time? Whatever account you feel is echoing, you mute. Yo, testing, 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 testing. What other one? Riser, I don't know. I'm telling you, I've been talking to Caspian C for like 8 hours, and that guy and a bunch of other people, and none of them have issues. So what I'm thinking is that, I mean, they would tell me, they'd be like, "Hey, you need to mute your accounts." They don't say that. But when you come in, it's an immediate issue. So I, I don't know. I mean, is it echoing still? Is it echoing still? Right, right. If it's echoing still, leave and come back and see if that works. Go ahead. I'd love to. Excellent. What? Yeah. Okay. I can. The the answer that I've usually known this to be is that the moon. Well, two things. One, the Earth relies on the moon more than it does Mars, specifically in things like when it comes to the way the tides and eclipses and lighting, and we don't want to really mess with that. But also that the moon is not large enough to hold an atmosphere. So when we terraform it, if we terraformed it, its atmosphere would just escape because the gravitational pull isn't strong enough. So we have to go to something a little larger, which would be Mars. It has a really thin atmosphere, but it's nothing that would like protect you from like that. Exactly, or to be able to keep a any kind of humidity. But the idea of Mars being able to terraform, it does. Mars does have a little bit of an atmosphere, and we could enhance that. Now, the question arises. These are great questions too. That other guy had good questions. Your questions are great too. Um, Now, this is one that's very interesting. Do you know what planet is closest to the Earth? What'd you say? It, it is Venus. So why are we going to Mars and not Venus? Right? Wouldn't you think we go to the closest one? If we're going on, a road trip, wouldn't we go? We need gas or something. Wouldn't we go to the closest gas station as opposed to the one that's further? And the answer to this is kind of the opposite of the moon, as I understand. Um, Venus has an extremely thick, I believe, nitrogen, helium combo of gas atmosphere that's extremely, extremely dense and is essentially like a giant storm that's always occurring. And to be able to terraform that's a lot more difficult. It would be like, would you rather build a house in the desert or a house in the middle of a storm? It's like, well, even though both aren't ideal, a desert um, uh, is more consistent, and the environment's more consistent, then you don't know what's going to be happening in a storm. So, as I've understood, that the plan for terraforming, and I've actually looked this up too, asked AI about it. Mars is first, followed by Venus is not second. I think then the idea is to go to like Europa, like the moons of different planets, because a lot of those have like perhaps even like water oceans underneath the ice. E- Exactly. Um, so just looking at it, if you want to list, like one time I just asked ChatGPT this question, so let me ask it again. Yo, dog, can you provide me with the top 25 list of places that are most easily terraformed within the solar system, and tell me what the challenges are for each of them, whether they are small and cold, they don't have an atmosphere, they're too hot, they have too much of a gassy atmosphere, all that stuff. Thanks, babe. Okay, so it's a show. I got you covered. Terraforming the solar system is a fascinating topic, but each planet, moon, and asteroid has its own set of challenges. Oh yeah, asteroids are one too. Okay, so Mars. Why it's a contender? Most Earth-like decent gravity, 38% of Earth's. Oh, that's the thing too. It's about how the body is going to react on the planet as well. And when you get into like the Earth's gravity is or the moon's gravity is 1/6 the Earth's, and like Mars is like 1/3. So it's easier on the body. Challenges the atmosphere, mostly CO2, cold temperatures, lack of a magnetic field, and dust storms, CO2 rich atmospheres uh, that would be needed to be thickened to warm the planet. Okay, number two is Venus. It's similar size to Earth, close to proximity to the sun, potential for terraforming with current tech. Challenges: extreme heat, thick CO2 rich atmosphere, crushing surface pressure, the toxic clouds of it's sulfuric acid, not nitrogen, it's sulfuric acid, and toxic clouds of sulfuric acid would need major atmospheric modification and cooling. Okay, so number three, I I didn't even I just like said this not knowing if this was true. It's Europa. It's a moon of Jupiter. Why it's a contender? It's a potential subsurface ocean that could support life. So this is the one that I've always heard is like a really good contender because once you get through its ice, it could have like um, a liquid ocean. Can be warmed with nuclear powered heaters or by artificial means. The challenge is that it's extremely cold, it has no atmosphere, and it has radiation from Jupiter's magnetic field, and it has an extreme distance from the sun. Okay, Titan is a moon of Saturn. Why it's a contender? It's a thick. Oh, this one has the nitrogen-rich atmosphere, presence of organic compounds, and methane lakes, which could be converted to water. The challenge is that it's very cold, but it's not like extremely cold. It's negative 179 Celsius, which is cold, but it's like it's doable. Yeah, it's not like absolute zero. It's cold, but it's doable. Exactly. Lack of oxygen and would need significant changes in atmosphere. Okay. Ganymede is a moon of Jupiter. They're actually so the next two are moons of Jupiter. The next one's the moon of Saturn. Let's get something different than one of these moons. Welcome. So we've got Ceres, which is a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt. Why it's a contender? It has the presence of water ice, potential for mining, relatively easy to reach compared to outer planets. The challenge is that it has very low gravity, no atmosphere, and cold temperatures. The potential for creating a thin atmosphere and increasing temperatures. So then the next one's really interesting, Mercury. Like the closest planet to the sun. Why it's a contender? Its close proximity to the sun, making it ideal for solar energy and possibly even utilizing solar power to warm up the surface. Its extreme temperatures has hot days of 430 degrees Celsius, but that's still not like that's like an oven, but it's not like the surface of the sun. It has no atmosphere and a lack of water. You would need a thick atmosphere and ways to store heat. Lu- yeah. So I want you to know, Riser. I don't know what it is, but you're cutting in and out on this device now. Not badly, but a little bit. The next is Luna, which is Earth's moon. So why it's a contender? So it's not to say that it's not. It's just it's close to Earth, potentially good for mining, and could serve as a stepping stone for larger space colonization. The challenges are it has no atmosphere, low gravity, extreme temperature fluctuations, and radiation exposure. Could have a dome habitat or artificially generated atmosphere. The big issue with these riser is um, micro debris that just you don't know, but like because the Earth's Van Allen radiation belts, basically its magnetosphere, it stops all kinds of particles and things. Yeah, he is. Um, dude, SBNC, that person who was here before, we watched a pretty good decent amount of that documentary. But after 20 minutes, he believed in aliens, so I got him that far. And then he wanted to ask me about ghosts. We talked about ghosts. We talked about magic. We talked about what happens before you are born, what happens after you die. We talked about a whole bunch of shit. And then Riser came in, and now Riser and I are talking about potential places in the solar system to terraform. So we just named like Mars, Venus, the whole bunch. Now we're talking about the moon. Okay. I do not. I mean, it's how I always have it. I always have that one going, and There's something weird. Watch when he comes back. Caspian Sea, is it any better? Hello, hello, hello. Is it better? Exactly. I was having issues with him as well. I'm telling you, it's like 12 feet away. If I can advise you of anything, I have two accounts. Mute the one that has the TV. Okay. Aside from that, I only have one device. I can do that, absolutely. Just one more. Okay, so it is mine. The thing is, it's the same one that we were talking on for like all night. So you hear me doubled all night? I don't know either. Yeah, I mean the only thing I just like at least when Riser came in, I had another account here. I left with that one. Um, let me see what else it could be. So you're hearing me twice, right? Is it your headset? That you hear me? Okay. I think I can solve that. Hold on. Oh, well, maybe I can't, but is it any better now? Is it any better now? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Actually, hold on. Now that you say this, just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. Hold on. No, I don't have any of that. Just one moment. I know what it is. It's the fact that Caspian Sea said the echo thing. There's some setting within exactly. Yep, that's it. And I shut it off. Not anytime after talking to you guys. Um, okay. Let's try it now. Can you hear me now? Is it any better? That's that's what. Apologies. So there's something on this echo cancellation, and I was having an issue when I was doing some concerts and I was singing, and for some reason my audio wasn't coming through on YouTube very well. So I shut off echo cancellation, and I didn't know what it did, but obviously it causes you guys to hear yourself twice. So well, you gotta understand that exactly. It's a process. I don't really. I've got to say, you got to understand. I sit here with like very little knowledge on what a, a a listener can get, and in this case, I'm glad we were able to find the solution. Does it sound normal? Okay, I absolutely did because I said I've been talking to Caspian Sea all night, and he hasn't mentioned it once. He didn't. Okay, but yeah, that's what I was saying. I was with Caspian Sea all night. He didn't mention it, nor had anyone else. So that, it's the cancellation. It must be. All right. Well, we got it figured out. Get everybody back on the same page. Riser had a dream, and he was wondering why we like basically he saw cities on the moon, and wondered why we hadn't been terraforming the moon. And we were just, I was just reviewing some of the um, challenges that we had. The next, and in this, agreed. Um, as it actually is right on the topic about which we were speaking regarding the moon and the atmosphere of the moon. No, the atmosphere. Oh, I remember what it was. The the micro. I think they're called mic. hold on. I want to get this right. What do you call the little particles that can hit you on the moon without an atmosphere? Are they called micro asteroids or micro meteorites? It wouldn't be asteroids, it's meteorite, but exactly. 100% right. Space dust, just one little speck of dust, if it hits a spacecraft, will just tear through the thing. And like so there right. Exactly. Exactly. So that was actually Werner von Braun's theory that immediately what we'd have to do if we ever were to make it to the moon. And so you're saying why not build a habitat underground on Mars? The theory is the theory is at least on Mars, that's what you would have to do at first, basically to protect until you had an atmosphere. If you had built it up so that it has an atmosphere, then you're going to have some protection from this. But if you don't have any protection, these micro asteroids will tear through any um, any kind of fortification that you have. So what do? You have to build up an atmosphere. Um, there's another theory that I've heard. While I don't know if it's true or not, I've never been a huge advocate of people who say that there are aliens on the moon. There's more evidence for it than I. Wait. Exactly. And Caspian sees 100% right on this. That's what my question for you, Riser. The cities you saw on the moon, were they on the lighted side or the dark side? Welcome, everybody. We're happy that we're talking. Yo, what's going on, baby? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome. We're talking about terraforming different parts of the solar system, and we're talking about the theory behind what we would have to do if we terraform the moon and the type of atmosphere we may have to create. And we were talking about micrometeorites that tear through spacecrafts and such. Are now there's a man, he was the head of Israel's space program. His name is Chaim Eshad, and he has the theory that let me just tell you what he says. Please tell me what Chaim Eshad stated about Mars in the late 20 teens. Yeah. So his name is Chaim Eshad, and he was head of Israel's space program. And okay, in 2020, Chaim Eshad said, just one moment. Please tell me what Chaim Eshad said about the Mars in 2020. I have 33 devices right there. Got like 8. Thank you. 24/7 for more than 3 years. Correct. It's essentially a time capsule for society. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. So Chaim Shed, the former Israeli general and aerospace official, he made headlines in 2020 for his comments about extraterrestrial life and Israel's relationship with extraterrestrial beings. In December 2020, Chaim Shed, who served as the head of Israel's space security program for 30 years, gave an interview with an Israeli newspaper in which he made a series of sensational claims. Eshed stated that extraterrestrial life exists. He claimed that extraterrestrial beings, including the Galactic Federation, exist and have been in contact with Earth for years. Collaboration with the U.S. and Israel. He suggests that humanity has been in touch with extraterrestrial civilizations and that the U.S. and Israel have been aware of this for some time but have kept this information secret from the general public. Why disclosure was withheld? Eshed suggested that the reason for withholding the information was to avoid causing mass panic. The role of aliens, he also mentioned that these aliens, these extraterrestrial beings are studying humans, but they are not ready to reveal themselves yet. Eshed's comments were highly controversial, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Please talk about what he says that these aliens are on Mars and have some kind of. He said that they have some kind of colony. Yes, you're correct. Haimashed's claims went even further, specifically touching on the idea that extraterrestrial beings or aliens have a presence on Mars. According to Shed, the Galactic Federation of Extraterrestrial Beings has established bases on Mars, and they've been in contact with Earth for years. Here is a breakdown of the key statements from the 2020 statements. Key points. Alien bases on Mars. Eshed claims that there are alien bases on Mars and that extraterrestrial life forms have been living there for a long time. He suggested that these extraterrestrial beings have been observing humanity and may be involved with secret cooperation with certain governments. Mars as a study area. Eshed said that he suggested that Mars, with its potential harbor life or at least signs of life, has become sort of a study area or research hub for alien races. While humans are still in the dark about the true extent of what's happening on Mars, Eshed's comments imply that these extraterrestrial civilizations might be using Mars as the base of operations for study with the Earth. Now, to Caspian Sea's point, this is, if you want to know where I learned this theory, it's from John Lear, and his father is Bill Lear, the creator of the Learjet. John Lear, good friend of Bob Lazar and George Knapp. He was a CIA pilot and just one of the best pilots perhaps ever. And he would talk about alien civilizations of the moon, and everybody would laugh at this motherfucker. I would laugh at him. Just he basically had all this really good information. Then he'd talk about alien bases on the moon, and everybody thought he was fucking full of shit. But here we go. Please tell me everything that you know about the potential of alien bases on the dark side of the moon, including people who have made the claims. The idea that alien bases exist on the dark side of the moon, also referred to the far side of the moon, which is the hemisphere that never faces Earth, is a popular subject in UFO circles. While there's no scientific evidence to support such claims, and I agree with that, the notion has been advanced by a variety of individuals. Some who have claimed insider knowledge or speculative theories about extraterrestrial activity on the moon. But believe it or not, it's a weird thing that Reiser came in here and said this, because like I've heard this before. People who've had these dreams about specifically cities on the moon. Like when he said that, I was like, oh, that's very interesting that he said that, because that's not the first time I've ever heard that. The origin of the idea of alien base on the moon, especially on the far side, is linked to a broader concept of extraterrestrial visitation and interaction with Earth. The moon has long been a focal point for UFO theorists because of the proximity to Earth and its mysterious features. The fact that one side of the moon always faces away from us due to tidal locking adds an element of mystery to the far side, which was only mapped and studied in detail during the space age. Over the years, people, especially UFO enthusiasts, have claimed that there are extraterrestrials may have established bases on the far side of the moon, hidden from human view. The concept is often tied to the idea that Earth's governments or secret space programs are aware of these bases and have chosen to keep them hidden from the public. Prominent claims about alien bases on the moon. Several individuals have made claims about alien bases on the moon. Some of these individuals claim to have insider access to classified information, while others speculate based on observations or purported whistleblower testimony. Richard C. Hoagland. One of the most prominent features associated with the idea of alien activity on the moon is Richard C. Hoagland, a NASA consultant and author. Hoagland is best known for his series about Mars, the moon, and the possibility of extraterrestrial civilizations on these celestial bodies. In his 1987 book, Monuments of Mars, Hoagland posited that there are ancient artificial structures on Mars, which he claimed to identify through photographs taken by NASA's Mars probes. He extended these ideas to the moon, suggested that some lunar structures, particularly on the far side, could be artificial in origin. Hoagland has suggested that NASA may have covered up the evidence, yada, yada, yada. Okay, Arthur C. Clarke, the famous science fiction writer, Arthur C. Clarke, best known for 2001: A Space Odyssey, has entertained the idea of extraterrestrial structures on the moon. He did it in some fictional books. Okay, Dr. Michael Salla. Michael Salla, a researcher in the field of exopolitics, the study of political implications of extraterrestrial life, has published numerous books and articles about this subject. His claims, he argued that certain government insider whistleblowers have indicated that there is ongoing cooperation with extraterrestrial civilizations, which includes the existence of bases on the moon. His books, such as Exopolitics, Political Implications of Extraterrestrial Presence, and Insiders Reveal Secret Space Programs and Extraterrestrial Alliances, explore these ideas in detail. Whistleblower testimony. Salla has often cited testimonies from alleged former military and intelligence personnel who claim he had witnessed or been briefed on secret space missions, some of which supposedly involve extraterrestrial bases on the moon or Mars. Okay, Gary McKinnon. This is an interesting one. If you've ever heard the Gary McKinnon story, it's fucking fascinating. Okay, so he's a hacker. He's a British hacker. He gained notoriety after he accessed U.S. government and military computer systems in the early 2000s. McKinnon, who has claimed that he found evidence of a secret space program, is another figure connected to the idea of extraterrestrial presence on the moon. McKinnon's claims during his hacking activities, McKinnon claimed to have uncovered documents detailing non-terrestrial officer corps, which was interpreted as an evidence of a covert space program involving extraterrestrials. McKinnon specifically mentioned that some of the documents seem to reference the UFO activity on the moon and the possibility of military operations beyond Earth. One quick thing about his story, when he was hacking into the government's computer system, he could see what the user was doing, and basically he would say that, like, you click on something, and because of how fast the internet was back then, it would just load very, very slowly. But he was able to get like pictures from like alien pictures or whatever, and also the list of these non-terrestrial officers. Lunar anomalies. Many proponents of the alien base on the moon theory point to anomalous lunar features seen in satellite images or photographs from lunar missions. These are unusual structures, mysterious lights, supposedly hidden bases. For example, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched in 2009, has provided high-resolution images of the moon surface, including the far side. Some UFO researchers claim that certain features in these images are evidence of alien structures on the moon. The moon's far side and dark side. Basically, I just say NASA. Just one moment. They don't mention this one, but please tell me everything that you know about John Lear's theories about the dark side of the moon and the cities that could be there that are alien-like. And it looks like, if you've ever seen in Star Wars when they're flying over, I think it's the Death Star or something, it's like gray. Talk to me all about that stuff. John Lear is a former airline pilot, UFO enthusiast, and who became well known in UFO and alien circles for his bold and controversial claims about extraterrestrial life. His theories about the dark side of the moon, or more accurately, the far side of the moon, are particularly fascinating as they delve into the idea that there are alien cities and even alien bases hidden there. Lear's theories are highly speculative and often associated with larger narratives about the secret space programs and the extraterrestrial involvement on Earth. Here's a breakdown of Lear's theories related to the far side of the alien cities and the Star Wars like imagery he sometimes references. John Lear's background. John Lear is the son of William Lear. If I don't know if I've ever told you this, but John Lear since passed, R.I.P. But he and I had an email exchange. I think I've said this before, but this was like 15 years ago, and um, he was really nice. He was just a really nice person. John Lear is the son of William Lear, the inventor of the Learjet. John himself is a retired commercial airline pilot who holds numerous flight records. This guy held like every fucking flight record that you could have. While his career in aviation is impressive, um, it was his interest in UFOs, extraterrestrials, and other theories that made him a controversial figure. Lear became involved in UFO research in the 1980s and 1990s, getting attention for sometimes outlandish claims about secret space programs, alien encounters, and hidden technology. He is known for making provocative statements about government cover-ups, such as the existence of alien extraterrestrial life and alien base on the moon, Mars, and other parts of the solar system. Lear's claims about alien base on one of John Lear's most famous controversial theories involves the claims about alien bases on the moon, particularly on the far side, which is always facing away from the Earth. According to Lear, the moon is not just a barren rock, but a place of great significance, with alien structures and cities hidden on its surface. He also made several key assertions about the moon that have caught the attention of UFO enthusiasts. Extraterrestrial creatures and cities. Sorry, guys. Lear claims that there are large alien bases and even cities located on the far side of the moon. These bases are supposedly hidden from Earth's view, and some are thought to be built by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. According to Lear, these cities have highly developed, possibly housing extraterrestrial beings who have been in contact with governments for decades. Star Wars imagery. In several interviews, Lear has likened the alien bases on the moon to scenes in Star Wars, the Death Star, and on a large scale industrial and other large scale industrial looking structures. He imagines the cities as being vast with advanced technology and futuristic look, which might resemble the massive structures as seen in Star Wars movies. Alien human activity on the moon. Lear suggests that their bases are not just for alien inhabitants, but there is an ongoing collaboration between extraterrestrial certain human factions. He implies that humans may have already been on the far side of the moon and have been aware of this alien activity for some time. This notion of secret collaboration ties into Lear's broader theories of a shadow human alien alliance. The gray aliens and their role. A central part of Lear's theory involves the grays, the classic extraterrestrial beings often depicted as small gray-skinned humanoids with black eyes. The grays are one of the most common alien species. Okay, gray aliens. Oh, go for it. Usually that's the atmosphere. So you need like an interior core, usually that creates a magnetic field, like a Van Allen radiation belt. No, but you have micro meteorites that will tear through your bubble. Even still, it'll tear through it very easily. I mean, we can look into this, but how fast is did you say is that why the surface of the moon is just a bunch of craters? Exactly. Because it has no atmosphere to deflect. Now, something that Caspian C said, which I heard him say, and I originally sure, yeah, yeah, underground's the way to go. Now, something that Caspian C said that I just want to double check is, does the far side of the moon get light from the sun? I would think that it would, at least some. Yes, the far side of the moon does indeed receive sunlight, but not in the same way it might be popularly assumed. Popularly assumed. The far side of the moon is the hemisphere that's always facing away from the Earth due to the moon's tidal locking with our planet. That means that the same side of the moon is always oriented towards Earth, while the far side of the moon is hidden from our view. However, because the moon is in orbit around Earth and rotates on its axis at the same rate that the Earth orbits, both the near side, the side facing Earth, and the far side experience a cycle of day and night. So it does get uh, that's okay. I would have been wrong too. It was just something that I wanted to double check. So it seems like it has a 29 and a half day lunar cycle. So it gets 14 Earth days of sunlight, followed by 14 Earth days of darkness. And I was thinking this, like when you look at the sun and you've got like a waning or a waxing moon, like there's stuff like, that you can tell on it. But exactly. Yeah, exactly. 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 And when the whole theory about going to the moon was a thing, this was a major point. Wait a second, dude. You guys know you're going to be on a planetoid that's like 250 degrees centigrade, and you guys have a you guys are powering this by a bunch of car batteries, and you want to be on the moon for like 3 days. Do you know how much power that's going to take to like create an air conditioned environment that on your first try without killing anyone? It's just the odds are just almost insurmountable. But yeah. So you're 100% right. In fact, let's look this up. Oh yeah, haven't you watched? We didn't. I didn't force you to watch it. Yeah. Good. Good on me for making you well informed on this. Good. So you're aware of all the like weird shit that went on. Excellent. So beautiful. So you're briefed on all of that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they mentioned it specifically in that documentary, but in other documentaries, they do say that the lunar landers were powered by a bank of essentially car batteries. And that car battery is from 2024, but car batteries from 1969. And they had to last on the moon for like 3 days. And just think about how much energy it would take just to power the air conditioning on that. It's incredible. And then on top of that, without that, then these two assholes, quote unquote, Aldrin and Armstrong, um, are then on the moon in 250-degree weather with like just a little backpack air conditioner. Like, do you rec- do you recognize like that's just not very realistic that a backpack air conditioner is going to keep you cool when you're like 1 inch away from 250 degrees. It would be like being in an oven in in a it would be like being in a walk-in oven and you're wearing a suit. If you come close to the material of the suit, it's going to get very, very warm. It's just very impractical that that actually took place. Yeah, they're not. But let me go into the specifics of it because it was like some kind of special nylon that was made by like DuPont. What is the material of the spacesuit? They did. They did. But here's the thing: how are you going to prove that you went to the moon if you don't actually go there and redo everything? If everything that you do to prove that you went to the moon is done on Earth, then de facto your faking could have been done on Earth. So absolutely. I choose to be everyone's sex bot. The Apollo spacesuits worn by Apollo astronauts 1969 to 1972 were designed to provide and, and protect astronauts from the harsh environment. These suits were made from a combination of specialized materials um, to ensure protection against temperature extremes, micrometeoroids. Like I know AI is lying to me right now, but that's fine. And radiation, while also providing astronauts with the mobility and flexibility needed to perform tasks during spacewalks or while on the moon's surface. You should know something. There you go. There you go. So, oh, cool. So beta cloth, the outermost layer of the Apollo spacesuit was made of beta cloth, a fabric created by weaving fiberglass with Teflon. This material was chosen for its heat resistance and durability. The beta cloth helped protect astronauts from the temperature extremes in space and the harsh lunar environment, where temperatures can range from negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit, so like negative 157 centigrade in the shade, to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 121 degrees centigrade in direct sunlight. So that's like hotter than boiling point of water. The material, the material from the Apollo. I mean, it was developed during the Apollo program. Very interesting. The material that's true too. The material is also highly resistant to abrasion. The pressure layer was made of nylon. Beneath the outer protective layer was a pressure layer, which was made of nylon or nylon reinforced rubber. This pressure layer maintained the suit's internal pressure and kept the astronauts safe from a vacuum of space. It ensured that astronauts could breathe and move around in low pressure environment of space. Here's the thing though, if the suits were pressurized the way that they're supposed to be, they should look like the Michelin Man or like um no, no, they don't. If you look at their suits have like creases in them. If it were pressurized, it wouldn't have a crease. It would be like expanded. uh, Insulation layers, mylar and dacron. The insulation layers of the spacesuit were made of materials like mylar and dacron. These are polyesters. Liquid cooling garment under the suit. Astronauts wore a liquid cooling garment with spun fiberglass, life supporting communications, polyurethane coated fabrics, helmet and visor, polycarbonate and gold coated visor, gloves. This is another one. If the gloves were pressurized, you wouldn't be able to move your hands. Think about it. Like if the gloves were pressurized, you wouldn't be able to grasp things. Your hands would just be like this all the time. Boots, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it, I agree. No, not that, but I did finally get to where like I knew I would say this. You could pick 100 people out of a crowd, and I know more about the Apollo program than all 100 of them. If you pick 1,000 if you pick 1,000 people out, Absolutely. I'm cocky as fuck. But I'm telling you, name. Okay, I'll just ask the people here. Name the first 3 people of the Apollo program. Name the first 3 people. Name the 3 people who were on Apollo 11. Nobody knows the other guy's name. That's okay. That's okay. His name's Michael Collins, and and right there, 1 in 100 people can't tell you that. So now I get into the world of 1 in 1,000 people kind of knowledge, and um, I'm just I'm not saying I'm the greatest Apollo historian there is, but I've studied it for like months of my life, entire month, if you were to add them up over time with podcasts and interviews and talking to people about it. And at a certain point, you become an expert in a certain subject. Now, am I the far most expert in any of this? No, but I know a lot about it. The um, so the outer layer was this beta cloth. The pressure layer was nylon. Thermal insulation was mylar and Dacron. There's something though that Reiser had mentioned um, when he asked the question. He said, "Oh, his yeah." He said, "You said the cities I was describing or whatever from the aliens were not the kind of cities you saw. What kind of cities did you see, Reiser?" Very cool. Fire. Can you please tell me what type of structure would be needed to protect someone living on the moon from micrometeorites? Like, how fast is a micrometeorite going? And it would tear through most metals, but what metals might be able to protect you, or like a biodome or some kind of bubble? And then we're going to ask the question that Reiser had about the laser system. Okay, protecting humans from micrometeorites on the moon, which travel at, and this is the thing, it's their high speeds. They're just traveling so quickly, can potentially puncture most materials. It is a critical challenge to build habitats and structures that are safe on lunar habitats. Micrometeorites are small particles of debris that, due to the moon's lack of atmosphere, are a significant threat to structures and spacesuits. Okay, their speed. Macrometeorites are typically very small, ranging from dust particles to small pebbles, but travel at holy shit, extremely high velocities, between 10 kilometers per second to 70 kilometers per second, which is like exactly. And but it's, it, it, the speed is many times faster than a bullet, which a bullet is about 1 kilometer per second. So even the slowest ones are 10 times faster than a bullet. So like literally like you'd be dodging bullets, like 10 times faster bullets. Okay. At these micrometeorites can penetrate and puncture most materials. So it would protect. Oh wait, yeah, there could be. There absolutely no, no. There absolutely could be. It may shield some of it, but imagine it's still 250,000 miles away. There are things that get in the middle between the Earth. That is true. But even if you just look at all the craters on the moon, we're not protecting it that well. To protect, we'll get to that. To protect the habitat on the moon from these fast-moving particles, the design needs to focus on materials that can absorb or deflect the impact energy and create a barrier to penetration. Some strategies include multi-layered shielding. So there's like a first outer layer, a durable tough layer made of Kevlar or Nomex fibers, which is basically what you're saying, like a bulletproof vest. Second layer, thicker material. Third layer. So basically, you need like a super bulletproof vest. A layer system is effective because each layer progressively slows it down. Material protections: Kevlar, aluminum, titanium, ceramics, polyurethane, glass reinforced. Some reinforced glass can provide good resistance to micrometeorite impacts, though they are often used in combinations with other materials. Aerogel. Aerogels are incredibly lightweight, known for their insulating properties, though they might not be able to stop micrometeors by themselves. They could be used in combination. Regolith-based materials, lunar regolith, moon dust, could be used as a building material in the form of concrete or bricks. A layer of regolith packed into a pressurized dome or structure could provide excellent shielding from micrometeorites. The regolith, but that's basically being underground. If you're just taking the moon stuff and put it on top of you. Okay, so the biodome or bubble concept. The concept of a biodome or inflatable habitat is gaining interest in future lunar bases. These could be flexible and expandable. Inflatable modules, um, regolith covered domes, magnetic or electric shields. Okay, so that's kind of what you were talking about. Some experimental concepts using an electromagnetic shield or plasma shields have been proposed for protecting against space debris. So it wouldn't be like lasers being like individually shot out. It would just be like a grid of plasma over you. These methods could potentially deflect or redirect incoming micrometeors by generating a protective force field around the habitat. However, these ideas are still very much experimental. Okay, and then